Good evening, everyone. Welcome along to another PokeMondays. My name is Matt Fisher. You can call me Fish. And today we're doing something a little bit different. Not too different, but a little bit different. So for the last few months, we've been doing a few streams where it's predominantly been focused on the trading card game. We've done a little bit with the Game Boy trading card game as well, but it's been predominantly opening packs of cards. And usually on a week-to-week basis, we've been doing a set, something that's sort of significant to one individual release of Pokemon cards, shall we say. But today we're not going to be doing that because this is going to be our last card opening for a little while, and we've got stuff from, well, God knows how many different sets. Actually, I've got them sat in front of me now, and I couldn't tell you how many there are because they're from 3 different generations of cards. We've got X and Y, we've got Sun and Moon, and we've got Sword and Shield, and various different expansions is the word I was looking for. Various different expansions in terms of booster packs and just generally lots of stuff that I've all bundled together for this specific stream. The first thing that I wrote down when I wanted to do a stream for PokeMondays was a stream opening 100 plus boosters. In the end, we ended up taking that idea and progressing it a little bit further along so that we could do various different expansions and have specific streams for those expansions. But now we can do, well, pretty much everything all in one, combine a few things, and also give us an opportunity to hopefully right some wrongs from one of our streams, because there's a Charizard that's still elusive to us, but we've got a few packs from that set as we pulled them out, I think, one of the Celebrations boxes and kept them for this stream. So essentially we have over 100 boosters, and they're not just boosters, there's some promo packs and all sorts of things to open, but generally speaking, the point is there's 100 from 3 different generations, and we're just going to open up, see what we can find, and have some fun hanging out together, if that sounds all right to you. Now, as I say, these go back 3 different generations, all the way back to X and Y. So what I've tried to do is put them in somewhat chronological order. I haven't necessarily looked up all the release dates for the individual sets, but we're going to open them up X and Y, then Sun and Moon, then Sword and Shield, and then just some promo stuff to round it off. So, without wasting too much time, we'll start with X and Y. Now, in terms of what I have for X and Y, let me just pull these out for a sec and we can go through the various expansions that we have. We've got, let me just check I'm still in focus. Yeah, that's looking all right. We have Steam Siege, we have Breakthrough and Breakpoint, and then we have some promos for Evolutions, and then I'm not sure where Detective Pikachu falls into this. I'm not sure what generation, but we're going to open it up with X and Y anyway. We've just got 1 pack of these. We had so many digital packs when we were doing the Goodbye Pokemon Trading Card Game online. Now, I don't have the Elite Trainer boxes for any of these, so I don't necessarily have the card lists for them, so we don't necessarily know what to expect. We're not necessarily looking for anything in particular. We're just going through and seeing what the different generations of cards had to offer, and in various different variations of it, because obviously there are some that were obviously Sun and Moon and X and Y were pre-Pokemon V and V Max. So there's going to be EX cards, there's going to be GX cards, there's going to be some team-up cards, there's going to be some break cards, there's going to be all sorts of things. And we'll go through 3, and some that have probably been a little bit forgotten, because once you get past the current generation of cards, they are kind of forgotten unless it's in the collecting world. But generally speaking, they are not really sort of at the forefront, because obviously Pokemon is very keen to push the current generation of packs. Hey Shane, how you doing? Do the packs from the UK differ from the packs from the US? As far as I know, no. But as we go through this, you'll be able to tell me. I'm pretty sure they're not. But you'll be able to tell me better than I can, because all of these packs are UK. And I think, let me just check the packs. So they are labelled as being specifically from the UK. So they're probably printed here, but as far as I know, they'll be the same. So I think what we're going to start with is actually these promo packs. Now, these are distributed in lots of different ways, really. You get these in a lot of the time Pokemon Magazine and things. They're not necessarily full of rare cards, but we've opened a few of these on these sort of streams, and as far as I can tell, there's no restrictions on these. These cards don't have, cheaper versions of cards. They just seem to be smaller boosters. In this, there are only 3 cards, but in theory, you could get a rare and expensive card. In theory. But we'll open these and see what we can get. Do you know what the earliest pack you have is? For tonight, the earliest pack, well, technically, it's probably X and Y Steam Siege, but because of Pokemon's 25th anniversary, we also have some oversized cards that sort of go back to Gen 2, even though they are re-releases of them. But we'll get to those in a little bit. No, you haven't missed anything yet. We've only just started. Does the UK version have the correct spelling for colour and other things? Good question. I mean, I don't really know what point... Does colour come up at all in any of the cards? It probably does. I don't know. We'll go through and we'll see. I mean, I can't think of too many words that would probably come up with different spellings than the US versions. No, favourite, it wouldn't come up. I guess colour might, but anyway. Oh, actually, so these little promo packs do come with a card list, so you get a good idea of... In fact, that's odd, because the promo packs come with a card list, but the general boosters don't. So if you wanted a card list, you'd have to have like the Elite Trainer box. What else do you get in this? Oh, okay. So you get a little code for a 60-card deck. If anybody caught that, you can get that on the Pokemon Trading Card Game Online while it still exists. Okay, so obviously this is Evolution, so this had re-releases... Oh, double colourless energy. You're right, Shane. I don't know. We'll see. We might come across one of those at some point today. I'm sure we've come across them in our regular streams, but I mean, we've opened up thousands of cards, so to go back and find them would be a bit hard now. But we'll keep an eye on that. The Evolution set re-released cards that were like the original Wizards of the Coast cards. So obviously we got a Ponyta, a Drowsy, and Electabuzz. These were all released as basic cards, like year 2000, maybe. But obviously when it came to Evolutions, they were re-released to be more competitive in whatever generation this was, X and Y, and they'd upped certain things. So for example, the hit points, because when we went through at this point, I can't remember if it's EX or GX we were up to, which were kind of like the most powerful cards. The old, Wizards of the Coast style cards wouldn't be able to compete against those because the hit points are too small. So when it got to these, they re-released them, and they were pretty much exactly the same as the old cards, but the one thing that they generally tended to change was the hit points. And they released a few different versions of them as well, so you could get like a reverse holo version of cards. So I think in this set, one of the cards to look for was the reverse holo Charizard. So it was the same as this one, more or less, but it was in a full sort of reverse holo. In fact, was it a full holo or reverse holo? I don't really remember. But anyway, it was this generation of cards re-released with a few different variations of them. So we got one more in this. See what we got. In fact, it probably says it on the card list. Oh, actually, you probably can't see that, but to answer your question about spelling, at least on the card list, it's spelt colourless without the U. So it's spelt the American way. So that would suggest that they're pretty much exactly the same artwork as the American version. It's just artwork sent over to the UK and printed here. Ghastly, another Drowsy, and a Caterpie. Again, all the same artwork from the Wizards of the Coast days. Oh, we've got our Travis bot with us, so here's something to keep an eye out in the chat. Travis Clark apparently is meant to be someone that comes along at every stream, but I'm pretty sure it's a bot, so at some point he's going to say, I'm good, fake you, rather than good, thank you, and then he's going to ask what we're doing. So just keep an eye on that in the chat. You check to them using the wrong spelling. Well, there's always a Sharpie. Where are we going to go next? I think we're going to go Steam Siege. Now, obviously, because we don't have the Elite Trainer boxes, like I say, I don't really know what the thing was for all of these sets. I have vague memories of opening these up at the time, but I can't remember what sort of the chase cards for each one. So it'll be a surprise for me and you as we're going through this to figure out what there is. Although one thing I do notice is that these green-backed versions of the Pokemon Trading Card Game Online digital packs, I think these are relatively new. So this is something that I've wondered for a while. I don't know whether they keep printing older cards even though we've moved on to a new generation. Technically speaking, I would think no, but you still get these type of packs in tins. Now, I don't know if those are tins that have been, you know, stockpiled and then they just find themselves in supermarkets through wholesalers or something, or whether it's that they are actually still being printed as filler, I guess. I can't see why they would still be being printed, but I mean, that's definitely a newer online trading card game pack card, as far as I'm aware. Anyway, Bergmite, Joltik, Mantine is one of my favourite in Pokemon Go. Not necessarily because it's a useful card, but a useful card, not in Pokemon Go. It's not card. Although Pokemon Go generation of cards or expansion of cards are about to be released, aren't they? Let's see what this has got. Healing Wave. Discard as many cards as you like from your hand. Heal 10 damage from the... That's quite useful. So basically, I wonder if that's only when this card is in... Yeah, no, it must be, because it's got to have energy attached. I'm assuming you can't use that from the bench to be able to discard cards and heal. I assume that's only when it's in its active spot. That would be good if it was from the bench. No, I'm not interested in Clink. I don't like this whole thing of... They're gears. They're living gears. I don't understand this thing. I thought that was Sword and Shield when they introduced these. Clearly not. It was the X and Y generation. So they've been doing it for longer than I remember, actually. Launcher is our reverse holo. So yeah, I think that's pretty much what the Charizard from the Evolutions would look like. So it was a reverse holo, not like a full holo. Amoonguss, Holichurch. There's some interesting artwork in these. Anorith, and that's one of the ones that, I mean, going back all the way to the Wizards of the Coast cards, there's been cards that evolve from fossils. First in Black and White, was it? Oof. I've said many times I missed the DS generation, so that's why I wouldn't remember that. Claw Fossil, that's the one that you need for Anorith. Persian, Fungus, and that would go along with... Where was it? Amoonguss. Oh, hey Mark, I didn't see you in the chat. Had a bit of a day. Care to share? Nope. The fossil packs were in the data. So yeah, I remember. I mean, I've got plenty of the first generation of cards. Not anything that particularly valuable, but just ones that, I mean, because of the trading card game on Game Boy Color, that generation of cards is kind of special to me because they're ones that I collected back in the day, and obviously the Game Boy Color game is genuinely one of my favourite games. Do you have the really rare Charizard? Well, technically speaking, this is the really rare, not the shadowless version, but obviously, as you can see from our grading video, it didn't get graded too highly. But technically speaking, that is the old sort of Gen 1 Wizards of the Coast base pack, base set Charizard, just not the shadowless version. I think there was a shiny and non-shiny version of it, but yeah, apparently, I mean, I've shown this on the graded Ace grading video. To get this as 1 out of 10 surprised me, but as I say, I'm not selling this. I just kind of wanted it in the protective case. But yeah, I've seen ones a lot worse than this. I've seen these with folds in them that have got more than one, but that's how harsh some grading companies can be. And that's what I pointed out in the video. If you're ever thinking of buying graded cards, look at the company that's grading them. Because just because it's graded a certain number doesn't mean that's what it actually would be. Like I say, I've seen some grading companies that would give that a 4 or a 5. But I think they're probably doing that to get the business. Ace grading do not do that. It doesn't look that bad, no. I mean, from the back, you can see that it's been played with. So the back of it's not too pretty, but it's not been folded or anything. It's not got any stains on it. It's been well played with. This was probably a kid back in the day that loved this card, and then as he got older, traded it into my local game store. And when we were moving, I had a bit of a clear out because we couldn't bring all the stuff to the new studio here. So I traded in a load of things, and he gave me a load of credit. And one of the things I got was this. So I technically kind of got this for free. Not exactly free. I traded in a load of stuff that I needed to get rid of. But I thought it was in quite good condition, apart from obviously being played with. But yeah. But as I pointed out in the video, at least with a company like Ace Grading, you know that if something is a 9 or a 10, you're definitely getting something damn near perfect, because they clearly do not grade high just to get the service, to get the business. And I've got a video that will, I don't know if it's going to be a video or a stream, but I've got a lot of cards with Ace Grading at the moment, because obviously we've been doing a lot of streams. So we've opened up some pretty cool stuff over the last 5 months. So they're all with Ace Grading at the moment. So it'll take a couple of months for them all to come back, because there's a lot of them. But we'll go through it and give you a good idea of what we were able to... I mean, you'll recognise some of the cards from pulling them out at different streams. You'll get a good idea of what it's like to then get them sent off to be graded. Oh no, that's no good, Mark. Nah, that's no good at all. Hey Adrian, how you doing? Okay, so we got Fletchling, Oshawott, Sneasel. I like the artwork on Steam Siege, actually. Fletchling's a bit of a boring card, but even the artwork's nice on these. Seedot, Drifloon, and Oshawott Reverse Hollow. Avalugg, Shieldon. I like that too. What's that come from? From the Armor Shield. Ambipom and Tangrowth, Ethan. Excuse me. And the last from Steam Siege. The ones I'm interested in are, particularly from this generation, are the Breakthrough and Breakthrough and Breakpoint. But I think there are other sets that had Break, because the thing for a little while was Break, which is it's kind of acts as an additional evolution, where you'd have, like, say for example with this Fletchling, you get all the way to Fletch Finder. Is that Talonflame, and then you'd have like a Talonflame Break, which is like a 4th evolution, sort of, which would then be even more powerful. Did you ever get the silly McDonald's pack where they had sort of hollows in it? Yes, I did, and I was going to do a stream on it until I realised how small the set was, and also the fact that pretty much every shiny card was on the back of the pack, so it stuck to the wax pack. So when you opened it, pretty much every holo in there was pretty much scratched. So in the end, I didn't do a stream on it. I just sat in my living room opening them up. But what was fun about those from McDonald's is you got little cardboard frames. So if there was a card that you liked but wasn't worth anything, not worth getting graded, you could put it in a frame. So in actual fact, you might see it on some future videos. I've got the Pokemon Celebrations Pikachu. Oh no, actually no, it's not. I don't think it's the English one. I think it's the Korean one, the 25th anniversary. It's worth nothing. It's worth like 10, 20p because they're common cards. But it's a full holo Pikachu. So I put it in one of those little frames, and it's probably going to appear on a video. I can't remember if I've had it on one in a video already, but it's certainly sat on the shelf waiting to appear in videos. And then also you got little deck packs that you could fold together. Deck packs. I realised I just didn't pronounce that very well. But I think they only hold like 30 cards. So technically, it can only hold half a deck. But still, the McDonald's ones are interesting. I mean, they're perfectly good for kids' toys, but yeah, there was no point doing a stream on them because the set was just too small. I'd be opening up the same Pokemon over and over again. But still, quite a fun thing for Happy Meals. And obviously, during lockdown, when I was working pretty much 24 hours a day in my old job, I ate a lot of Happy Meals to get me through, which is part of the reason why I've put on so much weight, but it was also the reason why I could get up enough cards to do a Pokemon stream. But anyway, Ponyard, Seedot, Clink, Mareep, Bergamite, we got a reverse holo Meowth. Well, that's interesting. I don't remember that. I don't remember where it's... Because obviously, sometimes with... I'm just going to put that aside. So obviously you see there where it's got water and colours. Quite often you'll see Pokemon that require two different types of energy. We'll just go through these a little sec. But I don't remember seeing too many where... Rather than just having two different types of energy you need. So say, for example, Dragonite. Dragonite would need... sorry, recenter that a little bit. You'd need lightning energy, grass type energy, or leaf energy, or whatever they call it, and then maybe colourless, but it's always depicted as one thing. I think it's usually colourless. It's not usually sort of depicted as being two different types. Now, presumably, that can work as an advantage or a disadvantage, because say, for example, let's find something where it's got a weakness or an advantage. Okay, so say, for example, if you were going next to this Duot, technically speaking, even though that's a water type, its weakness is not electricity, but this is being touted as being an electric type and a grass type, because you got to remember that in the Pokemon trading card game, I'm pretty sure this is correct, it's the type of Pokemon, not necessarily the type of move, because obviously there's colourless moves and there's so on and so on, but if you were against this Duot, even though its weakness is not electric type, presumably you still apply a weakness. So that's quite interesting. However, that would also mean that you're a sitting duck for something that is... So, okay, so for example, this... Excuse me. Excuse me. This... oh no. We need either a resistance or... See, it's... Actually, that's interesting, because it's saying its weakness is fighting type. Anyway, just an interesting thing. I see... Let's only open them. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously... See, this is another thing with the McDonald's thing. I didn't want to do a stream with them at the time, particularly because there were loads of YouTubers going out there, and obviously it's always going to be of most interest when the promotion is going on. But the problem is loads of people going out and buying 50 Happy Meals in order to do a stream or a video on it, and that meant that kids couldn't get them. So a lot of the time, I think I saw somebody doing a video where they were going out and trying to get a Happy Meal, and they were still getting the toys from the previous set, which was SpongeBob. Now, I want to make content that people want to watch and people want to enjoy, and the best time to do one of those McDonald's streams is when the promotion was. But the problem is that it meant that you're taking toys out of kids' hands, because Pokemon cards are toys. And also, I mean, there's a big controversy during the pandemic because loads of people were doing Pokemon card streams, and the problem was that there was a shortage and they weren't being printed and distributed as much because of the pandemic, and people couldn't get their hands on them. But you had adults clamoring over each other to buy them, either to collect and then sell, or to flip on eBay, or to make YouTube content with, and I didn't want to do that. So I sort of bided my time. I've collected these over the course of about 2 years so that we can still do these streams, we can still indulge in these as adults, but we're not taking them away from kids. That was the point of these, and very much the point with the McDonald's one. I've been on a diet since winter is over now. Injured my foot and can't. Oh, that's a bit rubbish. I mean, I think I was speaking to somebody about this recently because he's got in touch with me about doing more motorbike videos and offering to do some stuff with him to do, probably not on Pomelo Retro anymore, because when I did motorbike videos I was Pomelo Pictures, and now I'm specifically Pomelo Retro. But he wanted to do some more motorbike stuff, and the pandemic wasn't kind to any of our waistlines. I put on, I mean, I was nearly 70. I mean, this won't mean much to outside of the UK or Ireland, but I was nearly 17 stone at the end of the pandemic. I'm down to about 15 and a half now, but that's still at least 3 stone more than I should be. You usually keep the McDonald's toys for yourself. Oh wow, you're trying to keep weight on. Oh, that's a bit rubbish. Speaking as a parent, I certainly appreciate that attitude. Just goes, oh, good. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the idea. You know, it's fine if it's as fine as if you're, like you're saying, your kids eat McDonald's and you play with the toys yourself, or you keep them. That's fine. But like I say, I'm very much against nostalgia that takes things out of kids' hands, especially if they're new stuff. If it's the older stuff, like, kids don't care. Like, if you're buying up old Power Rangers toys or something, then yeah, do it, no problem. But as long as you're not taking too many things out of kids' hands when there's a shortage of newer stuff. Oh, it looks like all of these are hollow ones. So this is from the. Sorry, open that little while and then we start talking. These are the, well, obviously you'd probably be able to tell, these are the Detective Pikachu ones. So we've got Bulbasaur, Hollow, Lickitung, Snubbull, and Slacking. I think Lickitung was when he was on the train, wasn't he? And then I think actually Bulbasaur is one of the few that I really like the look of in Detective Pikachu. Detective Pikachu is one of those ones where when you see a Pokemon in a sort of realistic setting, it was either hit or miss, or whether you actually liked it or not, because some of them looked horrible. Bulbasaur was one of the ones that looked like you'd kind of expect him to. A shortage of all the fun things. Gundam plastic mod. Yeah, I mean, it was during the pandemic. And that's why the cost of, like, video games, retro video... Because this is the thing, I've got rid of a lot of stuff in this studio, partly because we moved, and also the studio is quite small, but also the price that things went to after the pandemic, I couldn't justify not selling them. Not that it, don't feel sorry for me. There's plenty of stuff still on my shelves, as you see in every video, and the fact that we can do all these streams, but still. Foolishly never realised they made Detective Pikachu once. They did for a while, yeah. It's a small set though, not a big set at all. But the ones that they did were quite nice, and I think I've got some of them. Somebody sent me them in Korean as well, which I've got somewhere. Anyway, we're going to move on to breakpoints, and so this gold Greninja on the front. That is a depiction of what the break cards look like. Now, I don't think they were just limited to breakthrough and breakpoints, but this might be when they were introduced, I forget really, but if we find one, we'll have a look at it and we'll explain it in a little bit more detail. You're still looking for reasonable price lightning correction figures. I mean, they went up and down. Like, I remember when we were coming in and out of lockdown, I remember seeing them on clearance in some places, but they seem to have gone back up now. Even the same generation ones. We got Drowsy, Cricketot, Skrelp, Staryu, Scrubby, Fighting Fury Belt. I remember this one. Hang on, let me have a look. The basic Pokemon this card is attached to gets 40 plus hit points, and its attacks... yeah, I remember this. So this is one that I used a lot on... Sorry, it's a reverse holo, so it's kind of hard to read. I use this a lot in the Pokemon trading card game online, and I'm guessing when Pokemon Live eventually launches, it's one that I'll be going to. So this is quite a good trainer item, because it says, yeah, the basic Pokemon this is attached to. So obviously, unless you're doing... Actually, no, this would apply to... So this is before, obviously, V and VMAX cards came out, but technically if you're in an unlimited game, you could use this on a Pokemon V card. So... But the idea of this is, say for example, if you had a Bulbasaur, and you were waiting for Ivysaur and Venusaur to come along, you can attach the Fighting Fury Belt. So, because this is a basic Pokemon, it will get 40 plus hit points, so you go from 60 to 100, and its attacks do 10 more damage. So that one doesn't really make much of a difference because its attacks doesn't do any damage. Let's find a better example. Slacking. So that would actually be... And that's not a basic Pokemon. Seedot. No, that doesn't have an attack. Come on, give me something where it gives a good... Here we go. So Oshawott. That would go from 60 hit points to 100. And it would also do 40 damage for Water Gun, not 30. And obviously you can then apply weakness and resistance as well. Because it says before applying actions and... oh wait, hang on. Before applying... Oh shit, obviously that would do 40 damage, but then if you're doubling that with weakness, I think you then double the 10 that it would do additionally. Is that right? You would double the additional damage, wouldn't you? Hey, Jared. Meowstic and Doublade, and that's the end of that pack. So, no break card in this. Let's see if we got any other. The black and gold Megazord. Oh, the Funko, not the stupidly expensive figure. Scurpy, Slowpoke, Glameow, Spiritomb, Shinx, Garchomp, Reverse Holo, Luxray, Gyarados, Spirit Link. No, so these Spirit Links, these were something specific to this generation of cards. So, you'd have the M Pokemon EX cards, but I think when you evolved it into the MEX Pokemon, that would be the end of the turn, unless you had this card attached to it. So it says your turn does not end if the Pokemon card is attached to it becomes M Gyarados EX. So you'd have Gyarados EX and then M Gyarados EX, a little bit like V and VMAX. So when you evolve it, the rule with EX was that your turn would end, unless you had the Spirit Link. So you could have Spirit Links for pretty much every card that went from EX to MEX. Professor Sycamore and Misty to terminate. Wow, look at Misty. Is that the same Misty? Does she become older in the anime? Is that what she looks like now? Oh, there's something shiny back there. I don't know if it's a break card. Skrelp. Oh, sorry, a bit loud. It is a break card. We'll get to that in a sec. Cricketot, Drowsy, Growlithe, Clefairy. We'll come back to that. Pangoro, Nuzleaf, Gabite, and All Night Party. Once during each player's turn, if that player's active Pokemon is asleep, he or she may remove that special condition and heal 30 damage from that Pokemon. Oh, that's interesting. But we were talking about break cards. And we've got one. It's Trevenant Break. So obviously, this acts as an additional evolution, but it's not quite additional evolution, because I think you can still use the old moves. So we'll try see if we can find a Trevenant. I don't think we've come across one yet, and obviously we probably won't come across it if we've only got a few more X and Y. But the idea is that it goes across like that, and I think, as far as I remember... Oh, sorry, that's completely out of focus because I've got the long lens on. It sits across like that. So I think the point is that you can still use the moves underneath as well as these more powerful cards. And in fact, it actually says there, Trevenant Break retains the attack's abilities, weaknesses, resistance, and the retreat cost of its previous evolution. So it's not a complete evolution. It just gains more hit points and an additional move, but your earlier moves are still available. But obviously, I don't think we got a Trevenant. I don't think we did. But maybe we'll find one in the breakthrough packs, because we've got a few of these to open still. Oh, that's nice, John. I'm glad you enjoy them, because I really enjoyed the CSI playthroughs, and in fact, my wife, who's not a gamer at all, through the CSI Miami playthrough, she was hooked for the entire nearly 10 hours, sending me messages from our computer at home, and she didn't want to leave the computer, so she'd take her phone with her whilst making food, so she could still send me private messages and shouting at me to look at various bits of evidence and things. We have got a couple more, and I'm going to go back. We're going to go back and play some of them before. As far as I know, they may or may not be as good. I don't know. I know that CSI Dark Motives and CSI Miami use the same engine, but there are some newer games. I think there is one older game as well, and there's one that I just couldn't get to work. I think it had something to do with the fact that you're meant to register the games with Ubisoft, but obviously they... Oh, there you go, Travis. You're a little bit late with your I'm doing good fake you. Told you. Now watch... At some point he's going to come in the chat and say, what am I doing? Yeah, obviously you're meant to register them with Ubisoft, which the registry sites don't exist anymore, which is ironic considering I used to work for Ubisoft, and I still couldn't get them to work. But with the older games, there was an option, if you didn't have access to internet, you could print off the registration and post it to Ubisoft. But with the newer games, or the middle games, when they switched from CD to DVD, the registration just doesn't seem to work, or it doesn't seem to have that option anymore. So some of them don't really... You can install them, and they'll get to the title screen, and then they'll just crash. But I think I've got one on the game that kept crashing, I've got on the Wii. But I think playing a game that long on the Wii with the motion control might be a bit cumbersome. But we'll go through and we'll be playing some more CSI games, because I really enjoy them. And my wife enjoyed them. And surprisingly, considering my audience is generally people who like more sort of stuff that they liked when they were kids, a lot of you seem to enjoy the CSI playthroughs, which I just wanted to do for fun, because I wanted to do them, but I'm glad to see some people enjoyed them. Pancham, Inke, Swinub, Starly, Fennekin, Flabebe. Reverse Hollows are so hard to read. Braviary, Fracture, Dragon type is one that I always go for. Not really fighting a colourless though. We've got a stadium card. I'll look at that in a sec. And then Seeking. Now, I think I've seen this stadium card before, but let me have a little read of it, because these are double-sided. So from one side, choose this way. Choose which way this card faces before you play it. So from this way forward, any damage done by attacks from this, coming towards you, grass type, fire type, or dark type Pokemon is reduced by 20. So you can either play it that way. So if your opponent has grass, fire, or dark type, water type, sorry, it does 20 less damage, or you can play it that way. And in this instance, the player can't have more than 3 benched Pokemon when this card comes into play. Discard. Oh yeah, so they would actually have to discard bench Pokemon until he or she only has 3. So that's quite good when... So say, for example, sometimes when you're playing the game, somebody will put out a very high-powered card, like an EX, GX, V Max, whatever. They'll put that out quite early as a, what I tend to call a hit point sponge, and then they will power up Pokemon on their bench. So they'll have lots of the Pokemon getting energy cards on them and evolved up, to the point where by the time you've knocked out that V or V Max, they've got a full bench of powered up Pokemon cards. So having a card that then limits how many they can have on their bench, quite useful. Nancy Drew games. I'm not sure I ever played those. Yes, certainly a lot darker. And CSI Miami was a lot darker than CSI Dark Motives, despite the name. Need to go back and watch the first one. I mean, Dark Motives is the better game. I think it's better written. However, Miami is just insane. They went all out with CSI Miami. And we'll see what the rest are like. Because I've never played the others. I'd only played Dark Motives. I played Dark Motives quite a few times. I played it on the DS as well, because Dark Motives actually translated relatively well to the DS, because it's point and click. There's no voice acting or anything. But yeah, as a handheld, well, DS investigation game, it's actually pretty good. Noibat, Swinub, Ralts, Pansear, Meowth, Cyndaquil, Reverse Hollow. Ooh. Oh, I'm dropping this stuff all over the place. Noivern, Bridget, or Giovanni Scheme, and Ursaring. Okay, no break cards in that one. I have added chapters to the Dark Motives video now. So if you wanted to go back and watch it, you don't just have to skip through to certain bits. If you wanted to watch certain cases, you can now skip to those cases. Elgin, Cubone, one of my favourite Pokemon. Hippopotas, Cyndaquil, non-hollow version, Goldeen, Deaden, Hollow, and I never know how to pronounce this word. Is it Glali? Is that how it's pronounced? EX. We'll come back to the one in a sec. Giovanni Scheme, Bridget, and Stunfisk. Is it Glali? Glalie? I never know how to pronounce it. EX. Flip a coin. If heads, your opponent's active Pokemon is now paralyzed. And then instant freeze. If you have the same number of cards in your hand as your opponent, this card does 100 more damage, not 100 times more damage. So that can do it. It's not that powerful, actually. Nice looking card, though. Nice textured card. Will you be able to access the Star Wars Watch Party on a mobile app? I don't. I would have thought so. If you've got Discord on your phone, came back to the Galali. What do you want to look at? Oh, you came back to it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Jared, I think so. As far as I'm aware, you can still do like chat and video chat on Discord through the Discord app. If anyone is not aware of what he's asking there, we do hang out once a month for those that are the Batcave tier. In fact, you'll be able to see next to Jared's name there, the little... that's not Batman. That's actually a character from a game that I was working on that never got finished called Bat Dan. I'll do a video on that at some point. Where if they're in the Batcave tier on Patreon or YouTube memberships, they get access to an additional Discord channel where we can get I post sort of early access to videos and certain things. But once a month we will do a hangout. But we also do a thing called Watch Party, where we hang out and watch a retro movie together. So last month it was the 1995 Power Rangers movie, and this month it is the de-specialized version of the first Star Wars movie, Episode 4, A New Hope, because I've never watched Star Wars. There's a video on that on my channel that explains it. Don't hate me for never watching it. I just never got round to it. But now we're getting round to it, and you get to watch it with me if you want to, if you're part of the Batcave. But yes, to answer your question, I'm pretty sure you'd still be able to watch it on your mobile. I don't see why not. Ralt, Chespin, Noibat, Piplup, Chespin. Is that? No, it's not two together. Reverse Hollow Sandshrew, Forgus, Gogoat, Swoobat, and Frogadier. Okay, so still only one Pokemon break so far. Oh, that's a new one from Travis. Have you seen Powerpuff Girls? Yes or no? I'm not going to respond, obviously, because it's a bot anyway. But he does occasionally throw in a few odd questions. Yeah, I've tried to do it on a Saturday. Oh no, don't worry about that if you're blurry. I've tried to do it on a Saturday, obviously, to try and accommodate more those in the US, because I'm aware that there are those in the Batcave that are not just from this side of the world. So doing it on a Friday night is not always the best thing, because people would probably be in work. So trying to do it on a Saturday this month to mix things up again. If you like it enough, will you be finishing the trilogy out, The Empire Strikes? Maybe. I mean, I'm making an assumption whether I like it or not, and I'm kind of a bit worried, because obviously I like the world of Star Wars, but I'm worried whether I'm going to like the film or not. How do we know Travis is a bot? Because every stream pretty much he starts with "Hi, how are you doing?" or "Hi, how are you?" or whatever, and then a little bit later there'll be "I'm doing good, fake you," which you'll be able to see if you scroll up on the chat a little bit, and then normally it's "What are you doing?" And it's normally like halfway through the stream he'll say "What am I doing?" But occasionally there'll be a "Do you like this? Yes or no?" It seems to be the pattern that comes pretty much every stream. Yeah, as Mark just said. Remoraid, Pikachu. That's a nice Pikachu. In fact, that Pikachu looks like one of those. Have you ever seen these things on Instagram and things where they start painting over the card? So they basically take that base artwork and expand it out to a full card. I've seen somebody doing it recently with shiny versions of the cards, where they use nail polish to remove the rest of the card and then just leave the artwork in the middle, and then they paint the card so that it goes. Well, basically, they expand the artwork over the whole card. They look really good, and it's a nice way to use cards that aren't worth that much. Hoot Hoot, another Remoraid. Oh, but in different artwork and different moves as well. That's interesting. Sorry, I'm a little bit over to the right, aren't I? Two versions of the same Pokemon in the same pack, in the same set, but completely different types. Teddiursa, Elgium, Flogres, Pinsir, Staravia, and Frogadier. Empire Strikes Back. Now, forgive me for asking us what might seem like a stupid question. Is that the second or third in the original trilogy? I'm asking because I genuinely don't know. Cyndaquil, Staryu, Doduo, Ghastly, Zoroark, again a dark type, you can't really always tell that they're reverse hollows. Octillery, Stunfisk, Super, Braixen, and Panpour. Okay, so we only got one break in X and Y, but that's the end of X and Y, I think. So obviously X and Y was the first of the DS and 3DS, no, sorry, 2DS and 3DS, not DS, generation of games. There was X and Y, there was the Omega, Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, the GBA remakes, and then there was Sun and Moon, which is what we're going to be moving on to next. So obviously the first place to start with those is just the Sun and Moon standard. Well, it's not an expansion, is it? Standard boosters, I guess. Now these are still available in tins. In fact, actually, before we get onto the Sun and Moon cards, speaking of tins, I actually have a couple. I'm a little bit zoomed in, so I will make it so you can see these a little bit better. Now these are examples of tins that you can still buy in the shops. Now obviously the Eternatus one here is Eternatus V, so that's going to be reasonably recent boosters. But Flareon GX goes back a few. Which generation is that? Does that go back to Sun and Moon, or does that go back even further? I think it's Sun and Moon. Yeah, it is Sun and Moon. It is Sun and Moon. But these are still available in shops today. So we're going to open the Flareon one first. So this goes back to a little bit what I was saying. I don't know whether it's just that these are, you know, being sold through wholesalers, or they're being stockpiled somewhere, or whether these are genuinely still in print. Empire is the second of the original trilogy. Return of the Jedi is the third. Okay. So obviously... Oh, actually, no, that's interesting. So this is Flareon GX, which is obviously, I believe, a Sun and Moon generation card. But when we get into the tin, the boosters are all Sword and Shield. Huh. That's interesting. So even though the card that's selling the tin to you is Sun and Moon. Anyway, the point is, even though it's not, this isn't a good example because it turns out that this one isn't. So, sorry, as I drop the tin. A lot of these tins still have Sun and Moon boosters in them. In fact, some of them, sorry, I just burped there. Some of them still have X and Y. Like, you'll still find Steam Siege packs in these tins. And I don't really know whether it's just a clearance thing or what it is, really. So let's just, hang on. Let's test the theory. Presumably these are all Sword and Shield in the Eternatus V tin. And I know they're still in tins because a lot of these booster packs came out of tins. So we got the Eternatus V card. But then presumably these are all Sword and Shield. Which they are. That doesn't matter, because we've got a couple more Darkness Ablaze packs there, which still gives us a chance. There's still a chance to find that Charizard. Steve, I'm looking at you. Anyway, Sun and Moon is where we're moving on to. The second of the 3DS generation of games, and one that I never really got into. Because I've said this before, but I never really know how many people on the stream are new or whether they've been here for a while. When it came to Sun and Moon, I liked that they just mixed things up a bit. I liked the setting. I liked Alola. I like Alolan form Pokemon, that they brought those in. I like the idea that they'd sort of abandoned the idea of gyms and badges, because that was used in every game up to that point. But I just didn't like the style. You could tell that it wasn't a game that was developed for the 3DS, like... well, this might come into what I was about to say, Shane. You could tell that it wasn't made for the 3DS like X and Y and Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire were. You could tell that it was a game that was made for the Switch or the NX at that point, and was then ported backwards. And then Pokemon Stars, which was meant to be the Switch version, just never happened, because Pokemon Go was such a big hit that they put more resources into Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. So Pokemon Stars would have been quite good on the Switch, I think, but you could tell that it wasn't a 3DS game. And it had a lot of cutscenes, and just some of the stuff didn't look optimized for the 3DS. And I never finished it, even though I liked the idea. Least replayable due to the amount of non-scope. Yeah. Hey Michael, how are you doing? Oh, sorry, that was my phone going. Alolan Grimer. How the hell did you always pronounce that? I always try not to pronounce that, but obviously on streams it kind of forces me to. Toga Demaru, is that how you say it? Stuffle, Marina, E.G. Pyre, Psyduck, Lantern. It's interesting. Usually I don't like energy cards, but that sort of has a nice texture to it. Anyway, Energy Switch, Trumbeak, and Corsola. Okay, nothing too exciting in there. I've said it before, but I'll say it every stream. If you're going to put energy cards in, at least make them shiny ones. Ultra Sun and Moon were so similar, it's like the exact same. Yeah, I mean, I got them, and honestly, I think they're still sealed. I think when I was clearing out some of the games when we were moving, I think I traded in one of my copies of Moon or something. Or maybe no, maybe I don't. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I've got Sun and maybe Moon as well, sealed still. And then, but I opened up my copy of Ultra Moon, because if I'm ever going to play it, I'll probably, if I ever go back to it, I'll play the Ultra version. But yeah, I just couldn't get into it. I got it, I think I got it for Christmas, and I played a few hours of it, and then I put it down and never went back to it. You never go back to them, especially compared. Yeah, I mean the DS games as well are ones that I need to go back to at some point when I'm not editing and streaming. That is. Sandile, Pikipek, Spearow, Fromantis, Morlul. Oh, a shiny potion. There you go. Not exactly the exciting card, most exciting card in the world, but that's one that I would actually use in a deck because it's a bit more interesting. Crobat, Fire Energy, Big Malasada, Brion, and Krokorok. Your favourite YouTuber? Well, that's nice of you to say. I'm alright, thank you. I'm trying to recover from being nocturnal, pretty much, because I mentioned this on a few streams. Due to a few things with work and with filming, due to my, I won't say it too loud because I think they're in today, my noisy neighbours next door. I've been doing a lot of filming and editing at night, and I'm trying desperately to get out of that pattern, which isn't helped by also trying to be on a diet, but still. Psyduck. Well, that's an interesting Eevee. Energy Evolution. When you attach a basic energy card from your hand to this Pokemon during your turn, you may search your deck for a card that evolves from this Pokemon that is the same type as the energy card that you put. Oh, that's a good... Eevee is in so many different expansions, it's hard to sometimes find an Eevee that's interesting, but whereas when you put a basic energy card on this Eevee, you can then search your deck for an evolution of it. So say for example, if you put a fire energy card on this Eevee, that you can then, the ability allows you to then go searching for a Flareon in your deck. That's actually really good. That's one of the better Eevees to have. I'm going to put that one aside because that one would actually go in a deck. You think a stream of me playing Legends Arceus would be hilarious? Why would it be hilarious? I mean, I've got Legends Arceus, I just haven't stopped playing it yet. And I'll be honest with you, we are going to be mixing things up a little bit from June, because we're going to be looking at what's been working and what's not been working so far. We're going to have kind of like a midterm channel, what's the word? Midterm channel assessment, channel updates, shall we say. And the one thing that does seem to be working more than other things is playing games. Which is something obviously I've been wanting to do more on the channel, but for the longest time I wasn't able to do. And well, opening up stuff like the Pogs and things has been relatively successful. I think gaming has been the one that people tend to watch more, and they go back and watch. So we'll probably be doing more of that when it comes to PokeMondays. But as I say, midterm channel update. Yeah, so we're going to be reviewing what's been working on the channel and planning out the next 6 months, basically. So they're not that watched often, but I do channel updates for relatively, you know, when we're going from one point in the channel to another, like when I'm switching sets or switching up what I'm doing slightly, I tend to do a channel update so people know what I'm doing. Quite often they don't get pushed, so people don't see them, so I get a lot of the questions afterwards. But anyway, I will be doing a channel update in June. I'm not sure when, probably the end of June, and it'll give you an idea of what you can expect moving forward. And it may be that we do more of the Pokemon game playthroughs, but it means that those streams are going to be longer then. So the timing may change. It might not be that it's on a Monday. We might switch days, or we might switch the timing so that it works for people in in Europe and America more. I'll have to look at the analytics completely and come up with a better idea of how to suit you more. So we may be playing Legends Arceus. I don't know. That could be one of the things that's on there. The panic at points is so funny. Okay, we'll look forward to that. So yeah, so that's the idea basically. We'll talk about that more next month, but brief overview. We've got Alolan Meowth, Sandile, Nestball. Now, we came across something in... Was it the stream last week? There was something where it allowed you to search for any Pokemon without having to discard a card. I mean, this one actually is one of the ones where you don't have to discard anything. Search your deck for a basic Pokemon and put it onto your bench. Okay, but that's only for basic Pokemon. I can't remember the card. We came across something last week, whether it was a stadium card or a trainer card, where it meant that you could basically search for... Oh, it wasn't just searching for any Pokemon, it was searching for any card. No. In fact, it might be in this pile here. Let me just go through these, and then I've got a pile from our last stream that I put aside that I found interesting. Polisand, Pikachu, Rotom Dex, and Passimian. Okay. So, when I come across cards in these streams that I like to put in decks, rather than just sort of collecting, I kind of keep them aside here. So let me just see if I've got it here. I'm pretty sure there was a card which allowed us to not only search for any Pokemon, but any card. But I don't remember which one it was. It's going to bother me if I don't find it now. Oh no, I remember what it was. Oh no, do I? It was like Pokekid or something. That's not going to be in this pile then, because it was a full holo. It was Pokekid or something. It allowed you to search for any Pokemon. So it was like, well, why would anybody want any of the Pokeball cards when you could just have Pokekid? Because then that allows you to search for anything without having to discard anything, without anything to flip a coin. You like the Alolan Meowth, but absolutely hate Alolan Persian stuff. Yeah, I get that. And then obviously you've got the Galarian. Is there a Galarian Meowth? There isn't there, because that becomes Berserker. It is Pokekid, is it? Yeah. Yeah, it's not going to be here because it's a full holo, so I would have put it in a protector. Yeah, Pokekid kind of negates the whole point of any Pokeball card of any kind, because it just allows you to search for any Pokemon. Yeah, Kid in an Eevee suit. That's the one, yeah. But then I think there's another card, but I can't remember what it is or what expansion it is. It allows you to search for any card. At that point, it's like, well, if that could be a Pokemon or... He's a supporter, though. Yeah, it's yeah, one per turn, that's fine. But still, it's still better than the Pokeball, I think. Surskit, Wingull, Popplio, Growlithe. That's a weird-looking Growlithe. Grubbin, Timer Ball. Okay, so for example with this one, flip 2 coins for each heads, search your deck for an evolution Pokemon, reveal it, and put it into your hand. So again, you could shuffle... you could flip 2 coins, get 2 tails, and then that's you turn over. I guess you could use another one, as you say, because it's not one that you're limited to in terms of one per turn, but still, it's a wasted card at that point, and you can only search for evolution Pokemon. You can't search for basic Pokemon. You can with an S-Ball, but still. Incineroar, Leaf Energy, Experience Share, Arachnid, and Rock. With Great Ball, do you not have to discard anything? I can't remember off the top of my head what you had to do with Great Ball. Technically speaking, you could use 3 Pokeballs, but obviously you don't want to be wasting cards, because we've shown on stream before you can win or lose a game depending on how many cards you draw or waste. You take the top 7, take 1 out, but then show... Okay, fair enough. Cutiefly, Makihita, Snubble, Alolan Rattata, Sandile... Ah, there you go. that answers the question that somebody was asking about whether the UK cards are the same as the American one. That is colourless without a U. So even though this was printed in the UK, that is the American spelling. So that answers your question. Yes, they are the same as the American. Ooh, and we've got Solgaleo Gx. Kind of hard to see some of that though because it's so dark, the card. Once during your turn before your attack, you may switch your active Pokemon with one of your bench Pokemon. Oh, okay. That would be quite good if your Pokemon's getting down in HP. Yeah, that's the American English version. Fire Energy, Drumbeak, Rainbow Energy. What does Rainbow Energy do again? Remind me. This card provides colourless energy. While in play, this card provides every type of energy, but provides only one energy at a time. So in that sense, it's the same as just a colourless energy. When you attach this card from your hand to one of your Pokemon, put 1 damage counter on that Pokemon. Wait, what? Why would you want that? That's basically colourless energy, but you end up putting a damage counter. I mean, if you're desperate for a type of energy, I guess you could use that, but that's not great. Canada uses British English. Do we? What about measurements? Because we've talked about this before. Because I'm not sure. I'm sure it's the same as in UK and Ireland. We're very weird when it comes to measurements. We're half metric, half imperial. We measure certain things in metric, certain things in imperial, and we often mix them. Very much in cars. Like, say, for example, we buy our fuel in litres, but we measure consumption in miles per gallon. And then, like, distance is in miles and yards, but everything in terms of small measurements is centimetres, millimetres, centimetres, metres, unless it's certain things like us. We measure ourselves in feet and inches. We're weird. We measure officially a metric. Okay, well, I mean, technically, I think officially we're metric, but we're not. Alolan Meowth, Dewpider, Alolan Diglett, Marini, Cropola, Gorsola, Cosmoem, Steel Energy, Dragonair, oh yes. I like to have Dragon-type Pokemon in my decks. Dragon Swiss. During your next turn, you may attach any number of energy cards from your hand to your Pokemon. And then another double colourless. They're going to go over there, because those are ones that I would actually use in a deck. The only Imperial measurement in Ireland, it really is pints. Yeah, but that's the weird thing. If you go into a bar, you go into a pub, you measure beer in pints, but then wine and shots are in millilitres. Because that's what the units are measured in. Shots are 25 ml. Wine is 250, or is it 125 and 250 or something? But then beer, yeah, beer is in pints. Feet, pounds, engines for cube, yeah, litres and kilometres for gas, but meat and stuff is usually weighed in pounds or ounces. Okay, no, we would use grams and kilograms for pretty much anything in a supermarket, but not. And then we'd use millilitres and litres for just about everything, apart from milk, which you can find in either litres or pints, unless something is a liquid and French, like Evian water, which is measured in centilitres, which is probably the only thing in the UK that you'll find measured in centilitres. But we digress. Caterpie, Sandygast, Roggenrola, Cosmog, Fremantis, Granbull, Lantern, Dark Energy, Repel. Your opponent switches their active Pokemon with one of their bench Pokemon. That's going in a deck. And there we go, there's Pokeball. Flip a coin, if heads, search your deck for a Pokemon, reveal it and put it into your hand, then shuffle your deck. So yes, you can use multiple of these in a game, but obviously you could also get tails every time. A centiliter. I'm sure that must be used in certain parts of Canada. Maybe in Quebec. Centiliter is 10... No. Is it 10 or... it would make sense if it's 100, but then as far as I remember, it doesn't make sense. I think 500 milliliters is 50 centiliters, I believe. I think. I can't remember. Like I say, you will see it in the UK, but only on French products. But you do see it, is the point. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look this up now because I'm getting confused. Where's my cursor? 1 centiliter in milliliters. Yeah, it is 10. So, because is it 100th of a liter? 0.01. Yes, so it's 100th of a liter as opposed a milliliter is 1,000th of a liter. A centiliter is 100th of a liter. So 500 mil, would that be 50 centiliters? I don't know. The point is, yes, centiliters exist. Yungoos, Rowlet, Cosmog, Lillipup, Wingle, Carvania. Is that how you pronounce it? That's how I've always pronounced it. Bruxish, Steenie, Poliwhirl, and Brionne. And don't even ask me what a fluid ounce is, because I haven't got a clue. Bounsweet, Lillipup, Dratini. Will that go with the Dragonair? Wingle, Stuffle, and that will go... Dragonite, that will go with it too. Oh, good. Oh, I'm going to put those... Oh, wow, look at that. That's a nice holo. The Poliwrath. Fire Energy, Charabug, Rotom Dex, and Nespal. So, from the Sun and Moon base set, so far... I was talking earlier about liking Dragon type. We have got a Dratini, a Dragonair, and a Reverse Holo Dragonite. So those will all be kept aside. And this is a little bit what I was talking about earlier. You know, I was talking about when we came across that... I can't remember what Pokemon it was, where it was both Grass type and Electric type. Obviously that's the case for all three of these as well, but these are classed as Dragon type. I'm not sure when Dragon type came in. I'm pretty sure... No, it was definitely before Sun and Moon. Dragon type is the hardest to build decks around in mind. Every attack is like 3 or 4... Yeah, it depends. Like, if you have... Normally I would go for Fire and Water type. Because then you can mix it up with other Pokemon. Like, you can mix a Charizard and a Blastoise in there if you wanted to. But then you can have up to, is it 4 double Dragon Energy in a deck. So that's really useful, obviously, if you want to mix up the different Dragon types, as it were, because, you know, in terms of what energy they need, because the Dragon Energy will provide any energy you want it to. Yungoos, Tarkle, Litten, which was the starter I used in Sun and Moon. Stuffle, well, there's that Eevee again. I'm going to put that aside. Brionne, Sedai, Water Energy, Alolan Persian. You were saying about Alolan Persian you don't like. It's not intimidating in any way, was it? Persian was the chosen Pokemon of Giovanni because it was intimidating, because it's a big cat. Alolan Persian is not intimidating. Switch, always useful card to have in your deck. Put that one over there. You found 3 of the 4 Charizards on streams while I've been out of my office stepping out. So good luck. Thank you, Jared. Taking one for the team. I don't think there's a Charizard in this set. Maybe when we get to... I'll warn you when we're about to get to the Darkness Ablaze packs. That changing energy comes kind of an introducer Dragon type. As in the... What, the Dragon type? The Dragon Energy, or... I actually never thought of it that way when you put it that... Yeah, Dragon type can be really versatile, as long as you don't build just a predominantly Dragon deck. But there's... If you do Fire and Water, There's Pokemon like Drudigan, which is a fire and water type, dragon type. Well, it takes fire and water energy. I'm trying to think what else there is off the top of my head. It's been so long since I played with them. I forget off the top of my head. But there are quite a few that are just fire and water type, but then you can also mix in fire and water Pokemon as well. But then you've also got... Make sure you've got your double colourless energies, because some take colourless. Make sure you've got your... Is it heat energy? I can't remember. It's the one where if you discard it for a move, you can put it back immediately. And then make sure you've got as many double dragon type energies as you're allowed. I think it's 4. Lillipup, Wingull, Snubbull, Cavania, Zubat, Pokemon Catcher. Ooh, Lurantis GX. Put that one over there. Pokemon Catcher. Flip a coin. If heads, switch one of your opponents. Bench Pokemon. Okay, so that's different to... Let me just put that down for a second. We'll finish this one. Dark Energy, Boldore, Great Ball. Well, there's Great Ball we were talking about. Look at the top 7 cards of your deck. You may reveal a Pokemon you find there and put it into your hand. Shuffle... Providing there's a Pokemon in the top 7, obviously. If there's not, that's a bit of a waste, but anyway. Oh, the Rainbow Energy card. I guess so then, but yeah, but then you need to... you need to be able to add... What was it? An energy counter. What were we looking at that was an equivalent of... Pokemon Catcher, but better. I don't know. I thought I'd put it aside, but maybe I haven't. So where was that Rainbow Energy card? If you're saying that's useful for a Dragon-type deck. Energy Switch. It might have even been further back than this. We end up with so many cards when we do these streams. I suppose, well, I mean, we're opening 100 plus boosters. 100 boosters is 1,000 cards. So we know we're getting a minimum of 1,000 cards in this stream. Where was that Rainbow Energy? I've lost it. It was only a few packs away. But I cannot find it. No, Pokeball. Not in that pile. Nope. I have no idea where it's gone. Oh, there it is. So yeah, that might be useful, because it can provide any type of energy. But obviously then... because obviously it's not just a colourless. It is providing a specific type of energy, but then obviously you have to take 10 hit points. Alolan Grimer. Yeah, I mean, Alolan Muck is pretty cool. But then, obviously, I can't really talk much about Alolan Grimer when they've literally made a pile of rubbish in Trubbish. So... I think it's the last of the... Yeah, the base set, sort of moon. Growlithe, Alolan Meowth, Dewpider, Alolan Diglett, Marini, never know how to pronounce that. Shinotic, Butterfree, Fairy Energy, How, Wishy Washy, and Alolan Raticate. Okay, so that is the end of the Sword and Moon, just sort of base set, as it were. But we got plenty more in terms of Sun and Moon cards from other expansions. So the ones we're going to start with next, I guess, is going to be Crimson Invasion. That's next in the pile. I'm not sure how many of these we've got. So we've got Crimson Invasion, and then it looks like Burning Shadows next. So we've only got 3 of these packs. Yeah, I've said this on previous streams, and as I've learnt tonight, it's not just from Sword and Shield. I thought it was from Sword and Shield onwards, but I think it just got worse in Sword and Shield. When it's based on an animal, I mean, Ghastly is fine. I mean, Ghastly's just a sort of ghost type, but when it's based on an animal or a bug, or it's just a general monster or something, then I don't mind, because that's what Pokemon was. The guy who invented Pokemon was a bug collector. His dream of the game was based on his memories of being a kid going out and catching bugs. That's what Pokemon is meant to be, because it was like a monster in your pocket. So when it's based on animals, I don't really mind. When it's based on keys or ice cream or anything, or, you know, gears, I don't get it. I mean, it goes all the way back to Gen 1. I mean, even like Mr. Mime and Jinx, I don't really like. But anything where it's like this, Sword and Shield, it got worse. The haunted teapot and teacup and all these things, I just don't like. The anchor, the like boat anchor, no. And this is what, hey, there we go. There's another one of Travis's go-to mark from his bot. Yeah, well, Phantom. What was I going to say? Yeah, so one thing that is something that we'll be doing from June onwards is, I've been saying for a while now, I want to do a video on some of the best Pokemon that never were, because there's a great Twitter page out there, and I'm going to have to make sure that I credit him properly when I do the video. The whole Twitter page is basically going through, it's like mining through game code and things that, you know, past promotional materials and things for Pokemon that never made the cut. And I'd say 90% of them are better than some of the Pokemon that did make it. So we'll be going through those at some point, and I'll be doing a video on that, because there's some really nice ones, some really good ones that are so much better than some of the ones, particularly the ones that came out in Sword and Shield. Nothing against the Sword and Shield games. I liked Sword and Shield, but some of the Pokemon that they were released, I hated. Ghastly, Aaron is one that I would put in a deck. Alolan Geodude was always interesting, because obviously he's normally a rock type Pokemon, so you'd see him in the game he'd be a fighting type, but say in the trading card game, but in the video games he's sort of rock or ground type maybe. But Alolan Geodude was interesting because normally you'd think that that's his, you know, his resistance against electric type. They sort of flipped it on the head and made him electric type, and then his weakness is fighting type. Yeah, I can't remember the name of the guy off the top of my head either, but it's a really good, if anyone can find it and put it in the chat, it's a really good Twitter page, and I'll make a video, but I'll make sure that I need to credit him. We got Weedle, Skiddo, Jigglypuff, Cacturn, Fire Energy, Emolga, Devoured Field. The attacks of Dragon, Dark Pokemon and Dragon Pokemon, both yours and those, do 10 more damage to the opponent's active Pokemon. Well, I guess that's something to put in a Dragon type deck. Oh, and then you've got Alolan Graveler, which is also electric type. Ooh, self-destruct is always a bit risky. Does 100 damage, but 100 damage to itself. And unless you've got a card that gives it extra hit points, that's basically a self-destruct. Travis Bingo next stream. I mean, I'm still waiting for the what are you doing? We're an hour and a half in, and he hasn't used that one yet. There's another bot that doesn't appear in streams, but whenever I put... Actually, it seems to have disappeared. But whenever I'd put a video up, it would automatically be the first comment saying good video. And like a lot of people that didn't know that it was a bot, it would sometimes put good video on videos that haven't actually gone live yet. Like if I'd put them up to premiere the next week, it'd be the first comment that just says good video. And to be fair, those kind of bots I'm fine with, because they're just positive engagement. When it's like the porn channels and things, we have to block them, that's a bit annoying. But if there's a bot that just puts nice comments as default, fine by me. What do you think of Pokemon getting new evolutions later? Like, I don't mind it, actually. Because obviously, it always felt a bit weird. Very good. I always find it a bit weird when Pokemon didn't have not so much when, say, for example, when it was Electabuzz, because that was kind of a strong Pokemon to begin with. But say, for example, like Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd was always a weird Pokemon because it seems like a very basic Pokemon, but it never had an evolution. But obviously now it's got Sirfetch'd, or Galarian Sirfetch'd. So yeah, I don't mind them. I'm perfectly fine with Pokemon that never had evolutions getting more. And I think I'm alright with Pokemon that did have evolutions but then get different ones, like Poliwrath and Politoed. No, I've got no problem with them, to be honest. Trying to think of a negative. I can't think of a negative. Tentacle is seemingly a beta set. Yeah, there's quite a few from that generation, but I can't remember. I can't remember the name of the page, but he's got loads of them, hundreds. Shellos, which is always a cute one, which doesn't have a evolution, I believe. Neither does Plusle and Minun. Bunnelby, Magic. What is that? That looks like the Piranha submarine from Power Rangers Turbo. Submerge. As long as this Pokemon is on your bench, prevent all damage done to this Pokemon by attack. Oh, that's good. So, say for example, Magikarp never has particularly high hit points. So if you have this on your bench, trying to build it up and get a Gyarados, it can be a little bit annoying when your opponent has moves that can do damage to bench Pokemon. But with this one, with this Magikarp, while it's on your bench, it can't take damage. That's actually really good. I'm going to put that over there. Perfetch is based on a Japanese proverb. A duck with onions is used to describe someone who's inconsequential. Oh, really? Oh, wow, look how... Now, that's a cute Pikachu. I don't build decks around Pikachus very much, but that is a very cute one. That might go in my McDonald's frame. I'm going to put that one over there. Weedle. Primate, but it's the sort of toy clay model type photo that I don't really like. Water Energy. Sea of Nothingness. Special conditions are not removed when Pokemon evolve or devolve. Oh, wait, no. Shellos does have an evolution. Gastrodon. Ah, my mistake. See if I can find that guy on Twitter. Let me just give me a minute. I don't know what I'd search for. Lost Pokemon? I think I follow him, so it should come up quite quickly. Oh, here we go. It's come up straight away. Dr. Lava's Lost Pokemon. He hasn't posted. Oh no, he has. He has posted some things. Things go back a little bit further. You need to scroll down a little bit more to get some of the... I think he's starting to run out of ideas a little bit. But scroll down, because there's a treasure trove there. Dr. Lava's Lost Pokemon. Oh, does he have a YouTube channel? Because he's called Dr. Lava YT. He does have a YouTube channel. Oh, but there's not a lot on there. Oh, that's a shame. Anyway, yeah, look him up. He's well worth following. Now, I never know how to pronounce this one, because I've never seen I've never seen it in an anime. Is it Mawil? Mavil? Maywill? I don't know how to pronounce it, but I know what you mean, because I love the idea of it being, you know, like in nature where it's got a particularly scary feature to make it look like it's bigger than it is. More, like Morwill? Oh, Mao. Mawil. Mawile, okay. Or Morwile. Mawile? What was the other one? Mimikyu. That's one I always like. And I remember around Halloween, Pokemon Go did the... It was Mimikyu in... No, Pikachu in a Mimikyu costume. Was it Mawile? Is that how you pronounce it? I always thought it was a V. But as I say, I've never seen the anime. Swinub, Cacnea, Bunnelby, Shellos, Minchino, Hollow Gengar, ooh, Back Alley Gengar, Grass type energy, if the Dashing Pouch. So there's another difference here for those who are either British or Irish on the stream and American. Fanny Pack in American, Bum Bag in the UK. Because fanny means bum in America, does not mean that's where we're from. If the Pokemon this card's attached to discards energy for its retreat cost, put that energy into your hand instead of the discard pile. Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. I'm not going to try and pronounce it again, but that one. Call for family, crunch. Okay, and then Lyron, those two will go in there because if I'm still playing around with building steel type decks. Oh, that's the end of that one. But then we've got Burning Shadows. Is that all the Burning Shadows, or is there more of them? Oh no, there's more. Again, I think most of these are out of tins. When you realise the tail is the Pokemon and the body is a punching bag. Is that true? You're gonna have to make. I'm gonna have to look now. Oh yeah, you're right. Because it's got eyes on its tail. Wow, that's a weird one. I hadn't noticed that before. You learn something new every stream. Burning Shadows. So, what does that suggest? That it's fire and ghost type? Maybe? I don't know. Meowth. Alolan Vulpix. Oh, Alolan Vulpix. I've got some of these which are Toys R Us branded, which I got just before Toys R Us closed down. I think I've sent them to be graded, I'm not sure. Not necessarily because they're worth much, but just because I want to protect them, because they're hollows, but they've got Toys R Us written here. Makes sense considering the main thing is... Oh yeah. Wimpod, Togedemaru, Krogunk, Noibat, Lycanroc, Lightning Energy, Ribbonbee, Solrock, and Escape Rope. Yeah, I'm not too sure what the theme of Burning Shadows is meant to be. Oddish, Duskull, Esper, Molul, Charmander, Magikarp. Again, so that's one that, if that's on your bench, that will take damage with only 30 hit points. Although, when it's the active Pokemon, flip a coin if heads prevent all effects of attacks, including damage done to this Pokemon. So you've got that when it's its active Pokemon, but not when it's on the bench. And then you got Marshadow GX, Dark-type Energy, Olivia, Huawei. This is a good one to have. So when you're and there is a nice full art version of this, when you're building a deck which is either fire type or like a dragon type deck with fire Pokemon, like say for example if you're mixing in Charizards into it or whatever, search your deck for up to 4 fire energy cards and attach them to one of your Pokemon, then shuffle your deck out, shuffle your deck these turn ends. So then you're not only searching for fire energy cards, you can attach them to one of your Pokemon. So say for example if you've got a Charizard or a Charizard V or a V Max or whatever, you can use that card, search for up to 4 fire energy, and get it straight onto Pokemon and use some of the most sort of higher power attacks straight away. Huawei is a really useful card to have if you have fire type Pokemon. Huawei, I never know how to pronounce it. Huawei, I'm guessing. Venipede, Horsey, Mudbray, Ladybird, Bootoot, Sophocles, is that how you pronounce it? Draw 2 cards from your hand. If you do, draw 4 cards. Sorry, what? Draw 2 cards from your hand. If you do, draw 4 cards. So draw 6. Is that... Am I reading that right? Why does that have a condition on it? Oh, sorry. Discard 2 cards. I must be tired. I read that as draw 2 cards. If you do draw 4 cards. That makes a lot more sense. Discard 2 cards. And then the Necrozma GX. Fighting Energy. Seadra. That's another good one to put in your dragon deck if it's fire and water. Oh, there we go. Yep. You can see it's... Oh, to be fair, it doesn't look that good where it's got sort of... Looks like it's got balls and then... Not exactly a punching bag, but you know what I mean. Each player counts the cards in their hand, shuffles those cards into the deck, then draws that many cards. Meh. What? That's a new one. I work like a plit. Like a plit 2. You and no, I am not. That's a new one. Don't know what it's meant to mean. Can anyone translate that? I work, as in I work on a Mac, like a plit 2. Plit 2. You and no, I am not. Okay. Okay. Marill. On that note. Pansage. Esper. Pikachu. There's another cool Pikachu, actually. Noibat. Panpour. Persian. The good Persian. Dark Energy. Noctowl. Rhydon. And a Charmeleon. Okay, so there is a Charizard in this set. Not necessarily a shiny one. Well, there'll be a hollow version of it. Maybe there's a Charizard GX, maybe? In Burning Shadows? I don't know. Cutiefly. Tynamo, Duskull, Inkay, Stuffle, Metapod, Bruxish. Look at that. I mean, I don't dislike it, but it looks ridiculous, doesn't it? Fairy type energy, Remember, Sophocles, and Escape Rope. Well, yeah, it is the teeth. The colouring. I don't dislike it. I think it's a cool looking Pokemon. I just think it looks really weird. Espia, Molo. I mean, obviously, people have been sending me stuff about Ugly Sonic in the Chippendale movie as well. I'm still not sure what I think about that. Oregon, Marill, Alolan Rattata. Another Marshadow GX. I don't know if anybody's seen that. The Ugly Sonic in... So they've done a Chippendale movie for Disney Plus, and it actually looks quite good. And I quite like the idea that it's one of the... I think, is it... I can't remember which one is which. One of them is traditional animation, and one of them is CG. And it's played off as going, oh yeah, I got the CG surgery, or the CG plastic surgery. So some of the animated characters are traditional animation, some of them are CG. And it actually... when you realise that's what they've done, it's actually quite funny. But they've got Ugly Sonic, and they call him Ugly Sonic. They've got the Sonic from the movie, the version that was going to be the Sonic design from when I was working at Sega, and we all thought was horrible. And then it became public, and everyone else thought it was horrible. But now they're making fun of it. And I don't know. I don't know whether it's funny or not. I kind of want them to release the Sonic movie with Ugly Sonic, just so we can see it. You know, it's like a Blu-ray extra or something. Mudbray, Ladybear, Hoothoot, Alolan Vulpix, Ralts, Caterpie. So we got the reverse holo of Caterpie and Metapod. Butterfree, Grass type energy, Pomelo. Discard 2 cards from your hand. If you do, discard an energy card from one of your opponent's Pokemon. Okay. Seadra and Wobbuffet. No. I know this is a theory about they put Ugly Sonic in as a publicity stunt to get more people talking about it, and then when they released the traditional Sonic, people liked it more. No, that cost a lot of money to do it that way. It cost them a cinema release slot. No, it was just a mistake. It was not a good choice. But it worked. It had the same effect of it being a good what do you call it? Like a publicity stunt. I realised I've adjusted the camera on this, so when I hold it in my normal position, I'm over off here, so apologies. I need to sort of make the effort to come over here. Pansage, Panpour, Porygon, Alolan Rattata, Electabuzz. That's cool Electabuzz, actually. Zygarde, okay, yeah, so that's a dragon type, but obviously in this case it's fairy and dark, as opposed to the lightning and leaf that we saw with Dragonite, and obviously fire and water that I would normally use. Lightning type energy, another Charmeleon. No Charizard yet, but that's okay. Put one of your Pokemon that has any damage counters on it and all its cards attached into your okay. Oh yeah, it would have been millions. The amount of money that it would have made to... Because also it creates all sorts of nightmares in terms of, like, whether actors' eye lines are still accurate, and it's not a simple, like, sprite swap. It was a big deal. Sneasel. We've got Alolan Vulpix, Horsey, Noibat, Alolan Grimer, Esper, Meowstic, Fairy Energy, Solarola, Gloom, Escape Rope. Nothing particularly exciting there. But yeah, I don't know why they wouldn't release... Because it must have been finished. Or more or less finished. I don't know why they wouldn't release the Ugly Sonic cut. Because if they wanted to make money, Sega's always looking to make money, just release a... Or when you do Sonic 1 and 2, do like a Sonic 1 and 2 Blu-ray pack, which also includes the original Ugly Sonic cut. And it would make money. I don't know why you wouldn't do it. If you've lost millions doing the original cut and then doing the better looking cut, why would you not try and make some money back? Because it would sell. Because people would be interested just to see what it looks like. So also they can meme it. Cutiefly, Ladybear, Alolan Grimer, Riolu, Meowth, Inkay, Passimian, Noctowl, Electabuzz, and Mount Lanakila. Retreat cost for each basic Pokemon in play, both yours and your opponent's, is 1 energy less. Or energy more. 1 energy more. And they probably will do that at some point. They probably will release the Ugly Sonic cut. Because it will be out there. Because it was close to release when they pulled it. So there will be versions. I don't know if it's still... I don't know if they will have still made film versions, because obviously most cinemas these days are digital. But they might have made film, because obviously traditional cinemas don't use digital files. They still use film reels. And not every cinema is digital. So the Ugly Sonic cut might exist, like on actual film, but it will certainly exist as a digital file, because it was quite close to release, so they must have finished it. Venipede, Sneasel, Alolan Vulpix, Horsey, Noibat, Marill. Oh, there we go, there's a Gyarados. This attack does 50 damage for each Magikarp in your discard pile. Oh, okay, well in that case, you wouldn't want that one, that Magikarp that doesn't take any damage. You'd want one that does take damage, because then when you finally get up to a Gyarados, if you've lost a few Magikarps, you can do even more damage. But again, Gyarados is obviously, because it's not technically a Dragon type Pokemon, but it fits into a Dragon type deck just because it's like Charizard. Flip a coin if heads, put one of your Pokemon and all cards attached to it into your hand. Seadra. And then this is the last of the Burning Shadows cards. I want the Ugly Sonic cut, which is different to Sonic, I think, because the guy, I forget his name. I have met him a few times. In fact, I promoted Sonic Mania with him on stage. The guy that did the Sonic the Hedgehog Twitter back in the day, he used to use Sonic quite a lot. I can't remember his name. But yeah, release the Ugly Sonic cut. I'm all for it. I just want to see it. I mean, it's not going to be better. It's obviously going to be worse. But at the end of the day, it'll make Sega money, so why wouldn't they do it? It'll make them a lot of money, because people will want to see it. Because the first Sonic movie, despite all expectations, including our own when we were at Sega, is quite good. I haven't seen Sonic 2 yet, but I heard that's good too. So, and you've obviously, they would have had to get permission. Disney would have had to get permission to put Ugly Sonic into Patel. So they're obviously up for laughing at themselves. So, release the Ugly cut. Why not? Marill, Hoothoot, Rhyhorn, Routes. I'm going from Ugly Sonic to listing off Pokemon names. Tangela, Reverse Hollow, Marill. Araquanid, Wobbuffet, Wicket, and Survivor. So that's the end of what we did. Was that Burning Shadows? Do we have any more Sun and Moon? I think we do. Yeah, we got Forbidden Light. I think we only got 2 of these. Oh yeah, no, we got a few actually still from Sun and Moon. I mean, that's the thing. People will want to see it. Just to see where they were going with it. It's a curiosity thing now. We've seen the trailers with Ugly Sonic. Ugly Sonic has appeared in another movie now. And if the re-released version, or the remastered version, or whatever you want to call it, of Sonic movie was still bad, we'd never see the Ugly Sonic cut. Because if the better version of it was bad, they're not going to release the worse version. But Sonic was good. So why not just do it? Just release it. You've got money there. And it's probably cost you millions to go from the Ugly cut to the remastered. So just do it. Where did Ugly Sonic appear? We were talking about a fish I can't remember the name of the Pokemon. The fish with weird teeth. And we start talking about Ugly Sonic. And I start talking about how the fact that Ugly Sonic appears in the new Chip and Dale movie. So we were talking about why does Sega not release the Ugly Sonic cut of the original movie? They might as well. There's sometimes scrapped YouTube videos that people won't release either on Patreon or something. I know that. I've got my own. I've got plenty of videos on my YouTube channel that are now unlisted that you can't see. But the director was proud of that design at one point. And people want to see it. So maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't. But to your point, yes, I do get that. Because there are plenty of videos that no longer appear on my channel. And I actually go through this very regularly, thinking, I don't know if I want that video on my channel anymore. Because, well, for that exact reason. I'm annoyed with myself that it took until the past weekend to realise that the tribe at the beginning are... Oh, I'm not sure. I mean, they could be. It's been a while since I saw the first one. And I haven't seen the second one yet, but maybe I'll have to watch the first one before I watch the second. I've got them, but I haven't seen them both yet. I mean, I've seen the first, but... Pancham, Noibat, Glauncher, Gibble, Flabebe, Hooper. Ooh, I got a Palkia GX. In fact, I think we used this in the Goodbye Pokemon Trading Card Game Online video. Move any number of energy from your benched Pokemon to this Pokemon. Now, that's a good thing to have. And then the GX move is shuffle all energy from each of your opponent's Pokemon into their deck. Oh, wow, yeah, that's pretty good. So obviously you only get one bite at the GX move per game, but that does 150 damage and it removes all energy from your opponent's Pokemon. Uniported, Doublade, Holucha. I've got a soft spot for Holucha. It's like a Lucha Underground Hawk. I think we only had 2 of the Forbidden Light boosters. So this will be the second of the 2. Skiddo, Bergmites, Helioptile, Honedge, Scatterbug, Reverse Hollow Fennekin, Vivillon, Dark Energy, Bonnie, Frogadier with an ability. When you play this Pokemon from your hand to evolve one of your Pokemon during your turn, you may put 2 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon, so presumably that means bench Pokemon as well. Okay, so that's Forbidden Light. What's our next one in here? We have Guardians Rising. Sun and Moon Guardian Rising. Again, we've only got 2 of these boosters. Well, let's see what these have got to offer. Oh yeah, Machamp, obviously, because he's got a wrestling belt on, hasn't he? Incineroar. Does Incineroar have a belt on as well? Yeah, it's not for me. Chansey, Petlil, Helioptile, Tentacool, Stuffle, Petlil, Reverse Hollow, Oricorio, Steel Energy, Vanillish. Nope. Choice Band. This attack, the attacks of this Pokemon. The attacks of the Pokemon this card is attached to do 30 more damage to your opponent's active Pokemon GX or active EX. Okay, so it's 30 more damage, but only to GX or EX or GX or EX Pokemon. Oh, really? I didn't know it was based on a wrestler. Alolan Geodude. A different Alolan Geodude, though, I think, because this is from a different expansion. Patrat, Lytic, Pancham, Snorant. That's cool artwork. Victini, Reverse Hollow. Whiscash, Field Blower. Choose up to 2 in any combination of Pokemon tool cards and stadium cards in play and discard them. Marini and Clefable. Okay, nothing too exciting there. So then we move on to... We've got 2 of the Unbroken Bonds. So these are the later Sun and Moon expansions. So in some of... I'm just trying to see if I've got one here to show you as an example. I don't think I do. In some of the Elite Trainer boxes around this period, you get a GX... like these condition counters. These plastic condition counters. You would get a GX counter, so that when you've done your move, your GX move, you turn it over so you can't, to remind you that you can't do it again. Later in the Sun and Moon generation of cards, you got one that had GX and Tag Team on it. So there were a series of a few different expansions which had Tag Team cards in them, which were 2 different Pokemon. So say, for example, here you can see why is my mind gone blank? It's Gardevoir and... My mind's gone blank. That evolution. Somebody remind me, please. My mind's gone completely blank for some reason. You'd have 2 of those Pokemon together, and they'd have combined moves of their respective types. So we'll see if we've got any in this. We might not do. We've only got 2 of these. Sylveon. We've already got 2 of these boosters, so I don't know if we'll necessarily come across them because they're kind of the chase cards, like the break cards that we were seeing earlier. Zubat, Jigglypuff, Bellsprout, Diglett, Poliwag. Well, that's a good one. Aromatisse. Alolan Dugtrio with their blonde locks. I love how stupid Alolan Dugtrio looks. Steel-type Energy, Weeping Bell, Thero, and Charabug. Okay, so nothing on that one. Let's see if we've got one on this one. We might not do. But yeah, the idea is that you get 2 Pokemon together that would team up. Hence, team up. The Hanson Pokemon. Porygon, Froakie, Aron, Seal, Bellsprout, Torracat, Reverse Hollow, Venomoth, Steel Energy, Energy Beast Spinner, Charger Bug, and no. So there's no team up in there, but that's fine. Hey, Josh. And I think these are the last 2 of the Sun and Moon, which is Unified Minds. Now, these are obviously in different packaging, but they're the same thing. And sorry, I just knocked something over. Because obviously we did our Power Rangers Pogs stream the other day. And for the life of me, I cannot understand why there was no Pog like this. I had this ready and I never showed it on stream. This is obviously from the Legacy collection. So at no point did they make a Pog or a Slammer based on the Power Coin. I don't know how that's possible. But I just spotted that in amongst all the boosters. Yeah, I'm alright, Josh. How you doing? Now, Unified Minds. This might be another tag team one. Because I think there was... The whole artwork on this is Mew and Mewtwo. I think there was a Mew and Mewtwo team-up card. Or tag team card, whatever you want to call them. So we might find one in here. But I don't remember. Awful. Why, what's up, Josh? Sewaddle, Marini, Littic, Cubone, Yanma, Aslef, Lupard, Water Energy, Fracture. That's Fire and Steel type, Dragon type. That's interesting. I'll have a look at that one later. Basculin and Munchlax. Okay, so nothing in that pack. Oh, that's no good. What do you mean? What you were attacked? In what sense? See again, so technically different packaging, but it's just a normal booster inside. Joltik. Oh, attacked online. Just remember that there's a lot of people hiding behind a keyboard that are not as tough as they think they are. I know that probably doesn't help much. I'm definitely someone who's been bullied online. My wife is someone who's been bullied online. I'm sure there's plenty of people in the chat have been bullied online. And they will always go for low-hanging fruit. So if you're a guy with autism, they're going to be somebody that goes for that because, generally speaking, they won't have much imagination. So they will go for whatever they can go for. Because sometimes people just like to be bullies. Sometimes they do it because there's something wrong in their life. And belittling somebody else makes them feel a little bit better. So I know it's not much comfort, and it's easier said than done, but you need to be able to take what they say with a pinch of salt, because a lot of the time they're not worth your time. They're really not. And again, I know that's easier said than done. I'll share something with you now. Let's take a break from this for a sec. To do YouTube or anything creative, you have to put yourself out there. And as much as nice comments go a long way, I have some amazing people on my channel that, you know, you can see people in the chat right now that even regularly pay me money. And it's amazing having them there. It's being able to hang out with them on streams, being able to have them hangouts, seeing people commenting on videos, leaving nice things. But honestly, the negative comments are the ones that I remember more. You need to have a thick skin, and I do not have that thick skin. I am somebody that takes negative comments very much to heart, and they eat away at me. Always have done. So I get it. You know, I'm not somebody who has autism. I'm not somebody that has that they can go after, but there's plenty of other things that people, like I say, they will always go for low-hanging fruit. They will. For me, it was always that I was overweight, or I like things that somebody else doesn't. You know, I'm a 30-something man who is into Power Rangers. For some people, that's something to make fun of. And if they want to, they will. And developing a thick skin is not easy. I'm still trying. So it might sound a bit hypocritical me saying it when I struggle with it. But it is something that you constantly need to try and do, because there will be people, there will be bullies. Wherever you go, there'll be bullies. And a lot of the time it is because they are unhappy with their lives. But yeah, it is something that, like I say, it's not something that I don't have autism, but I am somebody that puts myself out there creatively. And when videos don't do as well, or, you know, the book that I wrote gets rejected, which it has been doing in the behind the scenes, that all hurts. Because it's either something you've done or something you are that is being attacked. And it's always gonna suck. It's always gonna hurt. And I wish I had more advice on developing a thick skin, but the only thing I can do is just keep reminding yourself that it's not you. If they're going after you, it's because they felt that you're an easy target. They wouldn't be doing it with somebody else. They're not attacking you for something specific. They're just attacking you because they think they can. So I won't put into words what Lane 404 has put on there, but essentially, yeah. I wish I could be more encouraging than that. This is not something that I would necessarily thought we'd bring up on a PokeMondays stream, but yeah, it's, don't think you're alone. I mean, Mark is even saying there that you know, he's got an autistic son, and it's something that Mark is probably gonna have to deal with at some point, because like I say, those people will always be out there. No, you're not bringing the stream down at all. This is important. Especially online. You know, it was one thing when we were growing up in the 80s and 90s where there wasn't online forums, but obviously nowadays you can't escape it. I remember when I was in university, there was we were doing, because I was still in my racing days, we were doing the University Karting Championship, British University Karting Championship, and there was another university who decided that they just didn't like me. And they had their own online forum where I became a meme. Just me. Nothing else, just me. I became a meme. Because they didn't like me, for whatever reason. And it hurt. But you gotta remember that I needed to remember that it was just pathetic. It was just them being pathetic. There was clearly something that I was doing that pissed them off. Which usually meant I was doing something right. So, remember, a lot of the time when people go after you... 26, yeah, so you've grown up more, slightly more with internet than I have. I'm 33, nearly 34. So you've grown up slightly more with that sort of online bullying than I did. But it hit more for me when I was in university. And I'm pretty sure a lot of people in the chat have gone through it in some shape or form. In fact, I go through it now. I have people hurling abuse at me in the comment section quite often. Not on the chat. Thankfully, most people that join me on a stream are really nice. But I have people hurling abuse at me in comments online, just generally speaking. And they'll do whatever. When I dyed my hair purple, people started going after, attacking me because I thought I was gay. First of all, that's not a thing to go after somebody for, and secondly, they're clearly not somebody who watches my channel because they know I'm married. But the point is, people will always go after you for something. I assume people will start going after me when I dyed my hair purple because they thought it was something that would make them feel better to start bullying me. I do care. I do care when somebody attacks me, not necessarily when somebody calls me gay. I don't care because that's not really an insult. Being gay is not, there's nothing wrong with that. But people do throw insults at me for all sorts of things. And it is something that will continue. And it's just, I can't really give you too many tools other than just remember that if somebody is going after you for something like that, it's not your fault. There's nothing you can do. You're just being you. And they're being pathetic. You're not... If someone is bullying you for something, they're not the one that needs to change. They are. So, I hope that helps. I wish I had more advice for you. I would say... on my channel, if you go back a bit, there is a video on depression. And now I'm not saying you're depressed, but there might be some things in there that resonate a little bit. So, because I talk a little bit about bullying in that, basically. So, I'd go back and watch that video, because I probably articulate it better in that video than I am tonight. If that makes sense. People are idiots more often than not. And that goes for everyone. I'm an idiot more often than not, but yeah, I would recommend going back and watching that video because I'm probably not articulating it very well off the cuff, off the top of my head. Whereas in that video, I wrote it down, I scripted it and read it properly there. So it's probably make more sense there. But that video's there for you. I'd recommend going and watching it. Anyway, sidestep aside, we'll go back to the Pokemon card. Well, there you go. Lee's comment will say more than I could. Joltik, Salandit, Riolu, Meditite, Shroomish, Goliaspud, Escadrille, Psychic Energy, Taurus, Teku. That's a nice artwork on that Tortuga. And tranquil. No, do not apologise at all, Josh. That is what these streams are about. This is not just about Pokemon. I've said right from the off, one of the reasons for starting these streams was because a lot of people liked content that I was doing, but because all of my content was scripted. So they didn't necessarily get anything about me. Obviously, like I said, I've done that video on depression, but that was kind of a one-off. A lot of the time, and my channel updates, I'm very open. You know, we've talked about things in my life, like my wife and I have gone through, like our miscarriages and some of the more difficult things in our life. But generally speaking, you didn't get a good sense of that in my general content. So one of the reasons for doing these streams was to go more into that, to be able to talk like this. So absolutely do not apologize. These streams are not just about opening Pokemon cards. These streams are about hanging out, chatting, and talking about what's going on in our lives. If I wasn't interested, I wouldn't have asked you why you had a bad time. I would have just said, oh, that's bad, and moved on. But good, I'm glad you like the videos, because there's plenty more coming. To be honest with you, you know what does bring the streams down is when the chat's dead, and you bringing something like that to talk about brings the chat alive a little bit more and makes it a better experience. So, if anything, you haven't brought the stream down at all. You've made it that much richer. And I realise I don't have a huge audience. There's only 13 people watching right now. But if there are things people want to talk about that aren't Pokemon related, or on Retro Wednesdays, depending on what topic we're talking about, don't feel that you can't bring them up. Do bring them up. Because this is a forum. Anyway. Rookidee. Oh, sorry. I forgot to mention. So we finished with Sun and Moon now. We've moved on to Sword and Shield. So we're going to start off with the Sword and Shield base. So obviously, in the previous sets of cards, we've had EX, GX, and then when we move into Sun and Moon, it's now V and V Max, because that goes along with the Sword and Shield. We move into V and V Max, because that goes along with the Sword and Shield video games. So no longer EX, GX, or Tag Team. It's the V and V Max cards, which are the powered up cards that we'll be looking at. Rookidee, Ghastly, Clobberpuss, Salandit, Joltik, Lucky Egg. Is that as in Lucky Egg as in like Pokemon Go? If the Pokemon card this is attached to is knocked out by damage from an opponent's attack, draw cards until you have 7 cards in your hand. That's interesting. Boltund, and obviously, yeah, so now we've moved into Sword and Shield. We have these more sort of slightly more kaleidoscope style holo cards. Evolution Incense. Search your deck for an evolution Pokemon, reveal it, and put it into your hand, then shuffle your deck. Always useful. Jungle Fury Master. I know for a while, like some clubs didn't allow EX and GX cards. I generally think that rule is gone now, because obviously you can take more prize cards, especially for V and VMAX. I think you can take 3 prize cards for VMAX. 3 of 6. Sizzlipede. I just noticed your comment, Jared. Yeah, absolutely fake enthusiasm, and that's what we were talking a little bit about in the last stream. I didn't do it in the end, but obviously we pulled 2 shiny Charizards in the last video, and I was kind of like, do I just out of almost ironically do the cliched YouTuber thing of sort of holding up the card like a shocked face, but I didn't do it in the end because I was like, I don't really want to do that. Ghastly, Clobberpuss, Durant. Oh, so there's our first V. So we've got Charcoal V, and obviously, yeah, like V and V Max are going to be the ones we're going to be looking for, and they're going to be a little bit more powered up as we go through the expansions. Obviously, we're still on the regular Sun and Moon at this point, but that Charizard could still be in Darkness Ablaze. Heatmore, Energy Retrieval, and Sweech. Because obviously we did our Darkness Ablaze stream, and we never found that Charizard, although we did find 2 of them last week in Shining Fates Shiny Star V. But we didn't find them in Darkness Ablaze. We didn't find it in Champion's Path. And we don't have any Champion's Path here this evening, so that one's gone. There's still a chance for Darkness Ablaze. Silicobra, Joltik, Reslea, Goldeen, Ferroseed, Marnie, Orbeetle, Steel Energy, Dubwill, Lucky Egg, and Thwacky. Nothing particularly too exciting there. Hey, Stevie. And obviously now that we're in Sword and Shield, as opposed to Sun and Moon, we've gone from a Alolan form to Galarian form. So we've got Galarian Zigzagoon there. Sizzlipede, Chinchu, Baltoy, Cufant, Shelder. Oh, actually, I'll put that aside for a sec because we just got Torkoal V. Lightning Energy, Pokegear 3, Hop, and Raboot. So Hop is one of a card that you'll see quite a few times in various different forms. So when we were going through Sun and Moon, this is how. So this is kind of like the guy that joins you along in the game. It's just a general draw 3. So is it Tierno? Is that what his name is in X and Y? It's the same card, 3 different generations, but it's the different character. Now obviously we've just seen Torkoal V, but then I'm guessing this is the secret rare one, potentially, because it's the full art, but it's the textured full art. Is it the same moves? Yeah, so it's the same moves. It's the same card, but different artwork and different texture. I don't know, the texture doesn't always come through on camera. I don't have the Discord up at the moment, but yeah, good to see if you've joined the Discord, Josh. And just general discussions can be in general or off topic or whatever you want. Don't feel that anything is off topic. Obviously, we're a family friendly Discord, so as long as the discussions are safe for work, then that's fine. But yeah, any discussions are always welcome there. In fact, I was meant to put something up on the F1 channel, because obviously there's loads of different channels on there. If you're not familiar with the Discord, don't think that it's just Power Rangers and Super Sentai. Don't think that it's just Pokemon. I mean, actually, I've got it here, because we've got channels for gaming, Pokemon, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, wrestling, TV, movies, comic books, cars and bikes, computers, off-topic, doggos, spoilers, share your stuff. So yeah, even if you do your own stuff, no, it doesn't need to be YouTube. If you do artwork, if you do whatever it is, share it on the Discord. We love to see it. It's all free. It's nothing. I'm not selling anything. And it's always good to build a community there, because we've got well over 100 now, haven't we? 96 plus 30. Yeah, we've got nearly 130 something on that channel. Then obviously you do have also the Patreon channels as well, but the majority of the channel is free. It's free to anyone. And then also you've got a chance to introduce yourself. Snom the Lost. Yeah, in some expansions, Snom looks a little bit like something else, but we won't say what that is because we're a family-friendly stream. Mona, Galarian Zigzagoon, Sizzlipede, Chinchu, Gossifleur, Rhyperior. That's a cool one. See, that's what we were talking earlier about Pokemon getting further evolutions, aren't we? So obviously Rhydon was the evolution from the first generation, and then we go to Rhyperior. Quick Ball. Yeah, so you have to discard another card for Quick Ball. And then Metal Saucer. Keep that for when we do Steel type decks. But yeah, there's not been a lot of discussion on the F1, and I did have some thoughts, and I can't remember what they were now, but it'll come back to me. And the MotoGP as well, actually. Because I realise there's a few motorbike guys that have crossed over from when I used to do motorbike reviews back in the day on the channel. I didn't see the reveal of the Blue Ranger helmet and Power Lance, but I did see... Was it you talking about it on Discord, Mark, or was it somebody else? Somebody was talking about it on Discord. Yeah, it was you, wasn't it, Mark? I didn't see it, but I saw your post. Shelder, Wooloo, Sinistea, again, that's what I was talking about, sort of, when we're saying haunted teacup. No, thank you. I mean, it's basically just stolen from Beauty and the Beast. Oh, that's a chunky Pikachu. Scorbunny, Cinderace, Cramorant, Energy Retrieval, Dugtrio. Oh, wow, look at the artwork on that one. On the Salazzle there. There are these sort of psychedelic ones in the Sword and Shield expansions. Not just the general one. We've seen them a few times now. Yeah, I think it was you, Mark. Because I saw it. Oh yeah, it was the same day that it was around the same day that Austin St. John got arrested. So I think it got quickly I think that your post quickly got buried. Square Shiny Sinatra. I don't know, actually. It might be. Baltoy, Cufant, Grookey, Yamper, Silicobra, Marnie, Turtonator. Wow, I like the artwork on that Turtonator. Turtonator, even. Not Tartonator. Steel Energy, Dottler, Hop, and Sudowoodo. Is this the last one of just normal Sword and... Yes, it is the normal, just Sword and Shield. Skorupi, Yamper, Goldeen, Blipbug, Silicobra, Ferrothorn, Ninetales. Some nice artwork in this set, to be fair. Lucky Egg, Rare Candy, and Hitmonlee. With is that Hitmonchan in the background? Actually, you were talking about... Oh, we got quite a few of these. Talking about the helmet and Power Lance. Oh, how much I start talking and then I realised I don't know how much I could say. Finally got a message from somebody that I've been working with on something in... The guy's in Mexico. And he's been working on something for me for a project that I might not need props for in the end, but he's been working on something for me for about 2.5 years now. There's not much I can say, but I will be able to tell you soon, hopefully. It's been 2.5 years, so I don't know how soon is, but it's in relation to the helmet and Power Lance. I think that's all I can tell you. But it will come up hopefully soon. Anyway, that was the end of the normal Sword and Shield promos. So we're moving on to Rebel Clash. We have Clefairy, Voltorb. They're going all in on the Arceus Legends Voltorb, aren't they? I just saw Cuddly Toys being released of it, and it was on Pokemon Go, and I mean, it's a nice looking thing, but it's a bit of a weird thing to keep pushing. Growlithe, Dreepy, Snover, Chandelure, Semistode, Medicham, Pokeball, and Pelipper. Come on. We haven't had too many, like, particularly exciting cards so far, to be fair. But it's nice to be able to, rather than having, like, one expansion and just seeing the same cards over and over again, it's nice to be able to go through and have lots of different types and see what sort of makes up those sets. Oh, cute Vulpix. Milcery, Galarian Farfetch'd. So that will be the one that will turn into Surfetch'd. Oh, well, there's that Vulpix again. I'm going to put that one aside. Galarian Berserker, as opposed to the Alolan Persian. Speed Energy. What's this one do? Speed Lightning Energy. As long as this card is attached to a Pokemon, it provides Lightning Energy. When you attach this card from your hand to a Electric type Pokemon, draw 2 cards. Okay. I'd love to be able to go to PowerMorphCon, but yeah, it's way too far away. Yeah, Berserker is better than Alolan Persian. Oh, you showed your Power Rangers collection on Discord. Oh, I'll have a look at that afterwards. I can't look at it at the moment, but when we get to the end of the stream, I'll go have a look at it. Yeah, the drawing of it looks a bit cute, but in real life it would probably be scary. Galarian, Mr. Mime, do not like Mr. Mime. Caterpie, Barbarak, Arrokuda, Stuffle, Tranquil, Hatterene, Scoop Up Net, Heracross, and Electrode. Nothing particularly too exciting there. Galarian Ash's dad. What would you be doing on YouTube, Josh? About Power Rangers, or about anything in particular, or just a vlog page? Wingull, Coughing, Bronzor, Toxel, and Toxtricity. Like I was saying earlier about, they're not necessarily based on animals; they're just kind of monsters. But I really like Toxel and Toxtricity. Little Applin, Eldegoss V. What did we? I'm sure we got Eldegoss V. We got quite a few of them from a different set. I don't think it was Rebel Clash. I think it was something else, but we got a few of those. Beware, Skylar, and Luxio. Caterpie, Barbarak, Arrokuda, Stuffle, Lotad, Arcanine, Dragapult V. Again, we got quite a few of those in the... Was it the last stream? Was it in Shining Fates? Or maybe it's Shiny Star V. Burning Scarf, I seem to remember. If the Fire-type Pokemon this card is attached to is in the active spot and is damaged by an opponent's Pokemon... Yeah, okay, that's one. So, if you have Fire-type Pokemon, this is a relatively useful one to have. So... if your opponent attacks you, it automatically gets burnt, basically. Stop motion wrestling matches. Ah. Well, as in like using wrestling figures. Okay, now I'm going to have to look on the Discord. I probably won't have time to go through all of it. Oh yeah, I won't have time to go through all of it. There's a lot there. Okay, that's something for me after the stream. Stop motion wrestling. That would be interesting. I'm always fascinated by people who can do stop motion. I tried to do a little bit of it. When they did the what's it called, Yoshi's Woolly World on the Wii U, they did a competition where you had to make a stop motion video using the Woolly Yoshi amiibos, because they hired an agency to make loads of promo videos, but they weren't using the amiibos. They were using like specially made ones, so obviously they look really good. I looked them up, Yoshi's Woolly World stop motion videos. Oh no, you don't need to have done it before. But yeah, they did a series of videos showing you these sort of stop motion Yoshi's Woolly World videos, and then they also did a behind the scenes that showed you how to do it, and then they did a competition where it was meant to be like Yoshi's Woolly World stop motion, like you doing it with the amiibos, and I won. I'd never done stop motion before either, and it wasn't that easy just using those amiibos, because obviously the amiibos don't move, they're not posable. So obviously if I was using something posable, it probably would have been better, but also a lot harder. But it was fun. I wouldn't say it was the best in the world, certainly not the best stop motion in the world, but it was fun. And actually, I remember, I think somebody put something on Twitter a few weeks ago about something that used to be on Nickelodeon. What was it called? It was Action Team Now, I think it was, where it was this kind of like ragtag. This is before Toy Story, I think, as well. This sort of ragtag team of action figures and dolls that were all stop motion, and it was kind of, they did like 5-minute shows between the cartoons and things. And was it called Action League Now? I haven't seen it since I was a kid, but someone posted about it and it took me back straight away. Let me have a look. Yeah, Action League Now. I can't remember if it was any good, but I remember liking it as a kid. So if you have any interest in doing stop motion with action figures, I'd say have a look at those, because I remember it being very low budget. I don't think you'd need to worry too much about doing it on your phone. I can't remember if it's any good, but I remember liking it. So go have a look at Action League Now. What we got? We got Galarian, Darumaka, Hatena, Scyther. That's an interesting looking Scyther. Nosepass, Wingull, Durant, Toxtricity V. Again, I'm pretty sure that Toxtricity V we've seen before, but not in this expansion. Water Energy, Scoop Up Net, Chatot, and Chargerbug. And to be fair, there's nothing long. Yeah, it's really nice Arthur, isn't it? Scyther. Where'd he go? There it is. Let's look at Sunset Scyther. There's nothing wrong with doing it on your phone anyway, because phones these days are amazing. Like, yeah, I don't know if you would have seen, but like, I filmed the next Power Rangers vs Super Sentai, which is sort of a revisit of Mighty Morphin versus Zyuranger. The first time I filmed that, the microphone shifted in my pocket, so the audio was terrible. And I was actually thinking, what's really ironic is that if I just used a smartphone, it wouldn't necessarily look as good, but it actually would have sounded better, because smartphones are good. You can be a YouTuber and just have a smartphone these days. It's a lot of work, it is, but I remember having fun doing it and thinking that I wanted to do more. Lighting for phone is, yeah, well, I mean, lighting, to be honest, it can be the hardest. We won't go into a whole thing about it, but you're right. What makes a good video is lighting and audio. It's not the camera. I use a relatively good camera that I shoot in log and then I color grade. You don't need to do that. Generally speaking, if you've got decent lighting and decent audio, you can make good videos. It doesn't need to be an expensive camera. It really doesn't. Because audio in particular, I wouldn't say lighting is 90% of the video. Lighting is a big deal. But good audio can make up for bad quality video. If you watch a 720p video with good audio, it would be more watchable than a 4K video with bad audio. It just would. Yeah, everyone's got to start somewhere. And honestly, starting with a smartphone now is not a bad option. The only annoying thing about using a phone for YouTube nowadays is that you can't plug an external mic in as easily because the headphone jack is gone. You can still do it with adapters and things, but you can't do it as easily. It's annoying, but still doable. Galarian, Darumaka, Hatenna, there's that Scyther again. Nosepass, Wingull, Stunky, Abomasnow, Carkol, Hatenna, and Pokeball. Nothing particularly too exciting in these Ribble Clash packs. Yeah, like you say there, if you are somebody that struggles to get the right lighting, then certainly doing something outside is a lot easier because natural light makes up for a lot of things. And obviously, yeah, if you're doing stop motion, you would do the audio on top anyway, so you wouldn't be doing it to camera anyway. So that's not, if you're doing stop motion, absolutely you'd be doing the audio afterwards. But when we finish this, as well as looking at your Power Rangers collection because it looks amazing, I'm going to watch some Action League now, and I don't know, I might dabble even doing some stop motion just for fun. Probably won't be any good, but it'll be fun to do. Applin, Timpole, Trubbish, Helioptile, Honedge, Burning Scarf again. Ooh, Ninetales V. I do like Vulpix and Ninetales. Lightning Energy, Heatmore, Morpeko, and Scoop Up Net. No, I think Ninetales is based on... It's a Japanese folklore thing, isn't it? I can't remember exactly the story behind it. But I think the animal that Ninetales is based on actually ends up appearing in one of the episodes of the Japanese Spider-Man when I was watching through it. QB, is that what it's called? Nine-tailed fox. Yes. Can't remember exactly what it is, though. It's something to do with... Oh no, I don't want the Naruto version. It's something to do with Japanese folklore. A fox spirit of some kind. I can't really remember. Anyway. There's that Scyther again. Nosepath, Wingull, Coughing, Bronzor, Sigilyph, Duraludon, which is basically, well, when it gets to VMAX, it's basically the Shard. Heracross, Capacious Bucket, not Big Bucket, Capacious. Search your deck for up to 2 water energy cards, reel them and put them into your hand. Useful. And Turfield Stadium. Yeah, I'm going to watch Action League now. Because I want to remember what it's like. I seem to remember it being very funny. Wasn't it Melted Face Man? And then there's a naked guy. What are the names? It was something that to fill time between shows on Nickelodeon. Another one was Inside Out Boy, which was like a stop motion claymation type thing, which is what I joked in one video. That's where they got the idea for Lord Zed. What were the characters? The Flesh, that was it. It was like, he was just this sort of He-Man naked girl type thing. Stinky Diver, that's the one with the melt... oh no, Melt Man. Oh no, Stinky Diver wasn't he a scuba diver that went in the toilet or something? I don't know. I'm going to have to go back and watch it. He's super strong, that's it. Shinx, Applin, Hatenna, Arrokuda, Galarian, Meowth, Carkol, Semistode, Fire Energy, Galar Mine, Durant, and Electrode. Rebel Clash has been a bit boring, to be fair. That Scyther was nice, but Hasn't been too many exciting things in here. Your foot is mush. What happened? What happened? Have I missed? I missed when you said that? I haven't seen all the Marvel series. I've seen some of them. I liked, was it Captain America? No. Falcon and Winter Soldier. Is that what it's called? And Loki. But I haven't seen, WandaVision. I haven't seen Hawkeye. And, like, all of the earlier stuff. And, like, the DC stuff as well I haven't seen. There's too much. Nah, I can't catch up on it. Another Magikarp there. Switch this Pokemon with one of your bench Pokemon. Not the best, but I keep all the Magikarps aside anyway. Stunky, Grubbin, Skylar, Semistode, Dark Energy, Hattrem, Cursed Shovel, and Phalanx. Fell down the stairs and landed with my butt on the ooh. So I'm guessing all body weight on the foot. Right, so that is Rebel Clash. So we are moving on to Chilling Reign. Now, we have quite a few of these little promo packs, but then I think we also have some normal boosters as well, but they're in these sort of bigger cardboard packs. But let's start with the promo packs and see what we find in these. Again, these are the little 3 additional card things that you get from Pokemon Magazine. Oh, you don't get a card list in this one. You did? Oh no, yes you do. So you get a little card list. But you don't get a code for online. Oh, it's not a card list. It's just a little... Oh, that's not as good. It's just a little bit of advertising. Ladybird, Porygon, and a single strike reverse holo Weedle. The only thing, because we haven't seen WandaVision, I haven't seen Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness yet, and I feel like I should have to watch WandaVision before I see that. Furfu, Venipede, and Echoing Horn. Put a basic Pokemon from your opponent's discard pile onto their bench. I'm sorry, what? Put a basic Pokemon from your opponent's discard pile onto their bench. Why would you want to do that? Why would you want to give them one of their Pokemon back? That's a weird one. That's definitely not one that's ever going in a deck of mine. Got Rapid Strike Grookey, Mareep, and Galarian Chestplate. If the Pokemon this card is attached to has Galarian in its name, it takes 30 less damage from attacks from your opponent's Pokemon. Oh, that's interesting. So if you've got a Galarian form of Pokemon, but only if it's Galarian form, it takes 30 less hit points. Well, I guess so. Maybe bring it back and get an extra prize card, but it seems quite a specific... Plus it's going on the bench, so unless you've got a Pokemon that is... Unless it's likely that they're going to have to use it, because they don't have anything else on the bench, or it's likely... Or that you've got Pokemon that attacks benched Pokemon as well. Yeah, it seems a bit too specific. Golett, Deerling, and another reverse holo Weedle. I'll give Hawkeye a try. I quite liked Loki. It was a bit weird, but I did like it. Another Weedle, different type of Weedle. Castform and Galarian Farfetch'd. Oh. I'm not actually sure what to do with all the cards that we've pulled from these sets. I've tried to like put all the shiny cards into protectors of some kind, but we got so many of them now. I need to do a show or something. I need a show where I can take these and have a table there or something. But I don't know many of them in the UK, if anyone knows any. Snorunt, Larvister, and Crowballer. I suppose obviously you could do it at a video game show, but yeah, if anybody knows any show where I could take probably 10,000 Pokemon cards, do let me know. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I haven't seen at all. Swirlix, Sneasel, and Abomasnow. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was quite early on, wasn't it? In terms of the Marvel MCU. Rockruff, Shoppet, and Old Cemetery. Okay, so nothing too exciting in those promo cards, but then we've got the full boosters. So first of all, we're going to get rid of this outer cardboard, because these are actually really tough. I need to be a bit careful when you open them up that you don't bend the cards, because they're really hard to actually get open. Yeah, I remember it being around the time of Avengers Assemble, because I remember thinking that when they introduced, I can't remember his name, it's been so long since I've seen that movie, introduced the main agent, it was meant to be more of a big deal. Now obviously he'd been in Thor, but I remember him being in that movie seemed like more of a big deal at the time, and I didn't really know why, but it's because I hadn't seen the show, I think. Can't really remember. The situation where I watched that movie was a little bit weird, because it was 2012 and I had signed up to do the Berlin Marathon, and I was in Berlin and I'd done the marathon and I couldn't walk the next day, so I even though I had the whole day in Berlin, I couldn't do anything. So I went to the airport like 6 hours early and watched some movies on my iPad, and I watched Avengers Assemble. Unfortunately, I was so engrossed in Avengers Assemble, I didn't hear the announcement that not only had my flight been moved to a different gate, it'd been moved to a different terminal. So despite the fact that I couldn't walk, I then had to run so that I didn't miss my flight, and thankfully I didn't. But I will always associate Avengers Assemble with that. And the fact that I'm never going to do a marathon again. Coughing. Galarian Slowpoke, Deerling, Lapras. Always have a look at Lapras for water type. Search your deck for 2 Melanie cards. Reveal that for 2 Melanie cards. Okay, I'm going to put that one aside for a sec, just in case we come across Melanie, so I can understand that a bit more. Swirlix, Quillfish, Walrein. Oh, there's Melanie. Okay, so we'll look at that in a sec. Seabold, choose up to 2 of your Rapid Strike Pokemon and heal 60 damage for each of them. Okay. And then Drizzle. So Melanie, attach a water energy card from your discard pile to one of your Pokemon V if you do draw 3 cards. Okay, fine. So what was this one? Search your deck for up to 2 Melanie cards, reveal them, and then put them into your hand. Okay, so that you would then have to use in tandem with a water type V Pokemon. Okay. Isn't the airport fight in Civil War in Berlin? It might be. I don't know. I do play the Pokemon online game. We did a stream a while ago which was saying goodbye to it, because obviously the Pokemon trading card game in its current form, well, it's meant to have already gone. They've meant to have launched Pokemon Live, but I think they've had a lot of negative feedback from doing the beta of it. So even though we've done that stream, it still exists, obviously, but I haven't been back to it since. And in fact, I can show you. These are all the digital codes. I mean, God knows how many hundred of them from when we've been doing these streams. I've got a whole box full of them. And obviously I've been saving them for Pokemon. Oh, okay. You don't know. Right, let me see if I can find the link for you. So obviously, Pokemon Trading Card Game Online, as we know it, is going away. So let me just get this up for you. It was meant to have already gone, and it's going to be replaced with something else called Pokemon Live. Now, the idea of this is that the current Pokemon Trading Card Game Online game is made by somebody else and licensed by the Pokemon Company. But the new version, Pokemon Live, is meant to be owned by the Pokemon Company as a whole. So now, if you follow the Pokemon Trading Card Game on, say, Instagram, for example, they will post stuff about the new expansions that are coming out. And the footage that they use is from Pokemon Live. But the thing is, the game was meant to have been launched, I think it might have even been last year. It was maybe got delayed because of COVID, but it was certainly meant to be this year. But so far it hasn't happened. I think it is in beta in Canada and a few other countries, but they've, as far as I know, I've heard that there's been a lot of negative feedback, so they've been delaying it constantly over and over again. And the idea is that I think they're going to be introducing things like microtransactions. Oh, have you played? Oh, because are you in Canada? Have you played Pokemon Live? Well, anyway, I don't know much about it because we haven't had Pokemon Live on this side of the world, but there may be some people in the chat who have, obviously, because yeah, I think Canada was one of the countries where they did the beta. I don't think it was in the US, and I don't think it was in the UK. Yeah, so, okay, so they did have it in Canada. So I can't talk too much about the hate that it's got, because I know it did get it, but I don't know too much about it. But basically, okay, so in the UK, we haven't seen it yet. We've still got access to, we've still got access to the Pokemon Trading Card Game Online, but that's going to go away, and Pokemon cards from a certain age won't be available anymore, and there will be a limit on how many things you can carry over. That is in number of cards and also number of packs and things. So I had hundreds of packs that were unopened, so that's why we did a stream on it, opening up quite a lot of them. But I'm not, all these digital codes that we're getting at the moment, I'm saving these up at the moment because there's not much point in me redeeming them on Pokemon Trading Card Game Online, because not only am I limited in the number of cards that I can move over, I'm limited in the number of packs that I can move over. So I haven't done it yet. I've been hanging on to them. I'm going to put a link in the chat, and I'll probably put it on the Discord as well for you. This is the information that they released a while ago, which gives you an idea of the stream. Of the things that are being changed. Now, it does say on there that it's going live February 2022. As far as I'm aware, and I could be wrong, but I've been keeping an eye on it, for us in the UK, we can't get it yet. We might be able to get the... No, I don't think we can get... I don't think we can even get the Windows PC or the Mac version yet. Because I've been trying to find it, and I still haven't seen it. No, I can't see a download thing. If I changed my... If I use a VPN to Canada, I don't know if Lane 404, I don't know if you can tell me whether it's still available. I don't think it is still available. But yeah, in the UK and in the US, you can't get it yet. It's not been launched properly anyway. But it will be at some point. And if you look at that sunset information, that will give you an idea of what's changed. Okay, yeah, if you check for us. So that's Weedle, Sneasel, Grookey, Clobberpuss, Heracross, Justified Gloves. Rillaboom, that's quite a cool one. Fire Energy, Spiral Energy. This card can only be attached to a Rapid Strike Pokemon. Okay. Every type of energy, but only... Okay. Can't be paralyzed. Well, that's interesting. But obviously, yeah, only for Rapid Strike Pokemon. Can't be healed. That's a weird stadium card. Oh, so you can still download it in Canada. So yeah, I guess if you've got a VPN, which I do, yeah, maybe you can. I don't know. Maybe I'll try that. Maybe I'll sort of try and turn my VPN on to Canada. But the answer to your question, Josh, was yeah, the trading card game online is going to go. We don't know when yet, but it's going to be replaced with the new version of it, Pokemon Live, which is meant to be more optimized for mobile than the current online game is. We got Delibird, Coughing, Ghastly, Blitzel, Snover, Weeding Gloves. The attacks of the Pokemon this card is attached to 30 more damage to your opponent's active Grass-type Pokemon. Interesting. Gardevoir, Fire Energy, Honey. Draw a card for each of your opponent's benched Pokemon V. Pioneer and Lillian. Keeping you sane and from breaking down completely. Well, I'm glad there's a service we can provide. Cast form, Rainy form. Ralts, Mareep, Clobberpuss, Weedle, Snorant, Abomasnow, Caitlyn, Galarian Chestplate, the non-shiny version, and Peony. Discard your hand and search your deck for up to 2 trainer cards, reveal them. Oh, discard your hand. No, thank you. Okay, well that's the end of Chilling Reign. So what do we have next? Oh, hang on, actually. Where were those ones that we opened from the tin? What was in those? Oh no, we did also have 2 Rebel Clash, which we've already opened a Rebel Clash, but we might as well open these now before we move on to something else. Phantump, Dreepy, Galarian Farfetch'd, Honedge, Timpole, Pelipper, never know how to pronounce it, Electivire, Grass Energy, Lampant, Holucha, and Morgrem. And then the last one from Rebel Clash. We got Galarian Meowth, Surskit, another Magikarp, Meditite, Milcery, this cute Vulpix again, Galarian Berserker, Lightning Energy, Morpeko, Capacious Bucket, and Horror Energy. Okay, so now, let's see what we're moving on to. We are moving on to Battle Styles, which I don't think we've done a stream on Battle Styles. So we've got 2 different types. First of all, I'm going to just get these cardboard packaging out of the way. Ah, good, Stevie. I'm glad that we can make something that you are not necessarily into enjoyable. Okay, so we've got 4 battle styles. I believe, well, these are Sword and Shield, so these will be V and VMAX rather than GX. Yeah, they'd be VMAX, yeah, because it's Sword and Shield generation. Spearow, Zubat, Cubone. I do like Cubone. Frillish, Blipbug. Ooh, what is this? Single Strike, Scroll of Scorn. The Single Strike Pokemon this card is attached to can use the attack on this card. Okay, so it just adds an additional attack. This attack does 10 more damage for each damage counter on this Pokemon. Okay, so if your Pokemon has got a lot of damage on it, you could put that on it, and that gives kind of quite a good revenge attack, I guess. Good having you along, Jared, as always. Netflix are making a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles show, are they? Salazar, Cheryl, Rapid Strike Energy. Oh, what's this? This card can only be attached to Rapid Strike Pokemon, okay. But if this card is attached to anything other than a Rapid Strike, okay, you can discard it. As long as this card is attached to a Pokemon, it provides 2 in any combination of water energy or fighting energy. Interesting. During this turn, damage from your Pokemon's VMAX's attacks isn't affected by any effects of your opponent's active Pokemon. To be honest, I haven't watched Single Strike and Multi Striker 2 OP. I don't know too much about Single Strike and OP. I haven't played with them because obviously I haven't played Pokemon Trading Card Game online for a little while now, and I don't play it in real life because even though I build decks in real life, I don't know anybody in real life who plays it. So I don't know much about them yet, but I'm keen to know more. Back to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I haven't watched the new cartoon yet. I think I have one of the DVDs. They haven't, because they didn't release the full season yet in the UK, but they did release a DVD which had a few episodes on it. And even though I wasn't a huge fan of the art style, I was intrigued by the way that they, I think, hadn't they done different types of turtle for different, like each turtle is a different type of turtle than each other. It's always been dark, they live in a sewer. Well, somebody had to do it. But obviously a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle kind of has been dark because it's, I mean, the original comics, I haven't seen 2003 yet. I've got them. They're back on my shelf over there because I want to watch them at some point, hopefully this year, for my channel. Because also there's an episode that's banned in the UK. No, it wasn't banned in the UK. It was banned in the US. I want to do that first. But I want to be able to watch the 2003 cartoon. I haven't got it yet, but the Bay Turtles. Bay Turtles? I'm not familiar with that. Have I missed something? Bay Turtles? Rise of TMNT. Is that the name? That might be the... Yeah, that's it. I don't like their look either, but I am intrigued. It's something I could get used to, I think. I think it's just because it's too different than what I'm used to. But I think I could get used to it. Yeah, I think I know what you mean by that. Oh, the Michael Bay. Sorry. Yeah, okay, I'll come back to that in a sec. Yeah, the CG ones looked a bit too kiddie, didn't they? But I actually ended up really loving that show. I thought that was really good, the Nickelodeon CG one. The only thing that annoyed me about that show, and it's, to be fair, it's not the only show, the only Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle show that's guilty of it. There was a lot of times in that CG show where they're walking around at night in New York and there's nobody else there. And you're like, it's New York. There would be people there. So I did end up liking it. And I think it's the same with the new Rise of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I think I will like it when I watch it. It's just that it's very different. To go back to the Michael Bay, I didn't even get what you're talking about when you said Bay Turtles, because I think I'd put it out of my head completely. The Michael Bay Turtles movies. What can I say about those? The problem was with those is that A, the story was too rushed. The first one anyway. To the point where you get to the point where April and the Turtles are so ready to die for each other. And I think it wasn't so much the second time I watched it through, but the first time I watched it, I was like, why do they care about each other so much? This has been way too rushed. Yeah, I don't like them. I don't hate them as much as I did. I hated them when they first came out. I really hated them. I've watched them a few times now, and I still don't like them. But they're not as bad. But yeah, I'm not into it at all. I'm trying to remember what I was about to... I haven't seen the 2007 TMNT movie yet. I've got it on DVD back there on my shelf. That's one that I still need to watch. And I heard that that's meant to be okay. If anybody's seen it, they'll know whether it's good or not. What is interesting though is that one of the videos that I've got coming up, which is something that I've already filmed, already edited, and it's actually already on the channel, but you can't see it yet because it's set for a release, is a video that I've got coming out called The Worst Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Movie. And it's not Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3. It's not any of the Michael Bay ones. It is something completely different, and it's debatable whether it's a movie or not. But I've got a video coming out that talks about it, and I've also backed it up on Pomelo Retro Extra. So if you're not already subscribed to Pomelo Retro Extra, go do that now, because it will become more relevant. I mean, I already did it with the Power Rangers Live video. You know, I did a video on Power Rangers Live, and then I put Power Rangers Live, the full show, backed up VHS on Pomelo Retro Extra. There's going to be something a little bit like that with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles coming up in probably the next couple of weeks. So make sure you subscribe to Pomelo Retro Extra, and that will be a bit more relevant to you. But yeah, the 90s live action, the first one, was, like I say, if you haven't seen the video where I go through the first movie and talk how faithful it is to the comic books, go watch it now. And, well, not now, after this. And then where... I'll come back to your question in a sec, Josh. Where a lot of people were saying about the 2003 cartoon, they were saying that that's quite faithful to the comics as well. So I'm quite interested to see that as well, in terms of what that is. Not the one where the three team up. No, I am going to do a video on that at some point. I haven't watched it, but I have it. I've downloaded it, and I need to watch that at some point. But I remember what I was going to tell you now. I need to put these cards down. Talking about the Michael Bay movies, there were a series of adverts in the UK, and I'm trying to remember what they were for, but they were CG. Oh, here it is. Yeah, I think it was Direct Line. Let me just get these up, and I'll put them in the chat if I can. Yeah, here we go. So Direct Line is a company in the UK who do... I think they just do insurance, essentially. And there were a series of adverts where the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles were featured in them. And they're a little bit more low budget, obviously, so then they don't quite have the polish that they could have had. But the Turtles look great in them compared to the Michael Bay ones, the alien type Turtles. So let me put this in the chat. I think there were a few of these, but the one I'm going to put in the chat is Donatello for a plumbing incident advert. Have a look at the CG on that. And obviously it's not quite high budget, but the CG on that advert is better than the Michael Bay movies in terms of the design. Are they using Transformers? I don't currently have a TV license, so we're not watching TV at the moment, but I'm not surprised. But anyway, Pokemon. Cherubi, Mindfu, Silicobra, Galarian, Mr. Mime, Bellsprout, Victory Bell, Salazzle, Carnivine, Fearow, and Grumpig. But yeah, it's not, like I say, if there was a higher budget version of the Turtles from that Direct Line advert, I'd watch that in a movie. Yeah, it's good. The character design looks great. Like I say, it's a little bit low budget because it's an advert. It's not a movie. But in terms of how Donatello looks in that, I think he looks great. I think he looks really good. And it's not so bad that it looks out of place against real people. As I say, it could be a little bit higher budget, but it's still pretty good. And I'm sure there was a series of them. If I find any more, or if I can find any more, I'll put them in the Discord. Fermentus, Remoraid, Spearow, Persia, Primeape, Bruno, Rapid Strike style Mustard. Are we talking about the I can't remember his name, just the guy villain who's very cheesy. I don't know how to describe him. Very cheesy and over the top. I think I just didn't mention him because he wasn't really relevant to the storyline as much. Tapig, Timber, Ponyard, Cacnea, Shinx, Tapu Bulu, Claydol, Glyzor, Super, and Level Ball. Level Ball. Search your deck for Pokemon with 90 HP or less. Okay. Yeah, I can't remember his name. Yeah, he is like a hunter, yeah. I think I just didn't mention him because he wasn't as relevant to the story. Because obviously if I was doing a review a little bit like my Power Rangers and Super Sentai, where I go into every little detail, I probably would have mentioned him. But because it didn't really matter with Next Mutation, and it's just a general overview, it didn't really need it as much. He played Odin in a direct-to-video Thor movie. Well, I don't remember one of his wrestling characters was Wizard of Oz. Okay, so we're moving on to Vivid Voltage, which obviously we've done a stream on Vivid Voltage, but it's time for a little trip down memory lane, because we've got about 6 boosters of this. Yes, you will get more Gladiators videos on Pomelo Retro Extra. So, this is something I was talking about with somebody else, I think even today or yesterday. I put that video out, and then obviously he sent me a picture saying that he'd gone down a sort of Gladiators kick and getting his kid into it. So basically, my plan was to do a video on the UK version of Gladiators. Obviously, for American audience that are watching, that's basically the equivalent of American Gladiators, I think you called it. The problem was, I was also going to back up the VHS tapes to Pomelo Retro Extra, and the copyright claims on them they come at you. So the video is public, like you can watch, like I say, I haven't done my video, but if you want to watch the backups of the VHS, you could watch them. But obviously I think they are blocked in some countries, or they're monetized in some countries. I obviously can't monetize it, but Pomelo Retro Extra isn't monetized anyway. So there will be more VHSs that I need to back up. I think I've got three more VHSs. I might have some more. I can't remember. Whether I do a video on it or not, I don't know yet, because I don't know how much footage I can use without it being copyright claimed. But certainly on Pomelo Retro Extra, there are going to be some more Gladiators videos. Excuse me. Which of the 3 Meowths are my favourite? I think I just prefer the original. Yes, obviously, certainly prefer the original version. Duskull, Voltorb, Weedle, Trilba, Phanpy, Genesect, Cramorant, Nessa. Kind of a little bit of a crush on Nessa. Put up to 4 in any combination of water Pokemon and water energy loss from your discard pile into your hand. Yes, that is useful. That's going over there, because that would be one that I would put in a deck. Yeah, the 90s athletic-based game show, yeah. I think I've got... I can't remember how many VHS... I've got a few VHS tapes, but I've also got some of the annuals, the books, and I've also got the Gladiators sticker album. So you'll see more Gladiator stuff as we go on. How much of it in terms of like my own content, I don't really know. But you'll certainly see more of the VHS tapes. I was a huge Gladiators fan. We even pushed my dad to try out for it. He didn't get through, but we used to go watch it live. Woobat, Aracuda, C. Fampi, Shuppet, C. Duot, Ferrothorn. Realistically, what we're looking for here is a Pikachu VMAX. That's the one we're kind of looking for. Yes, for men of... Let me think of an age range. 32 to maybe 36? No, maybe 32 to 35, maybe. I think their first crushes were Jet from Gladiators and Kimberly from Power Rangers. They did bring it back for Sky 1, and I don't remember it being very good. I didn't watch it anyway, or I wasn't interested enough to watch it. I think it was of its time. Mudbray, Slugma, Whismer, Execute, Woobat, Tootle, Wimmiscott, Serchester Baths, Galarian Stunfisk, and Coating Steel Energy. What's this? As long as this card is attached to a Pokemon, it provides Steel Energy. The Steel Pokemon this card is attached to has no weakness. Okay, fair enough. That's quite good. Thank you, Mark. Yes, I'm guessing 32 to 35 is the age range. Yes, I did. Yeah, I heard about Austin St. John. He's claiming that he put his trust in somebody, and it's their fault. What we see of that, I don't know. So since I saw the Kamen Rider in the poll, I guess that's a possibility. Yes, Kamen Rider is definitely a possibility. So I was actually talking about this with my wife earlier. So in terms of Power Rangers vs Super Sentai, obviously originally I thought there was only going to be one video because I didn't know anything about Super Sentai, and I don't know anything about the series before I start doing them. But now we've got to a point where I've done almost all of the ones that really interested me. So now I want to ask people what they want to see. Because obviously I've done one just straight Super Sentai review, and then there is going to be the Live Man has already been written, hasn't been filmed yet because I'm still editing the revisit of MMPR versus Zyuranger. But obviously Jetman didn't do that well as a video, but I enjoyed doing it. And obviously I wanted to do Live Man, and quite a few people have asked for various Sentai videos, but a few people have asked about Kamen Rider. And then I also wanted to know, well, what do people want to see more? Do they want to see Kamen Rider? Do they want to see Sentai? Or do they want to see more Power Rangers vs Super Sentai? So obviously I put 3 options and then a Power Rangers vs Super Sentai, because that's probably the one that I'd be most interested in doing. And at the moment, it looks like that's going to be the one that's going to be next. It seems to be the one that people most want to see. It means you're going to have to wait longer because it's a long process to do a comparison, and obviously it looks like that series, I think the Japanese version of that show has 5 movies. I think so. It's probably going to be one that takes a little while. Black RX versus Master Rider is one that I'd want to have to I've got Master Rider. I've downloaded it. I've got the series. But obviously I can't do Black RX versus Master Rider without doing Master Rider. So I've got Master Rider. That's there. In terms of what is going to be next after Live Man, so it looks like, as I say, the Power Rangers vs Super Sentai is going to be the winner, but that's going to take a while to produce because they do just take longer. So looking at what people who are in my back cave and in other tiers like doing, I may do either Kamen Rider Black or basically I may do any one of those three before the Power Rangers vs Super Sentai. But that Power Rangers Super Sentai will definitely go on the list because it's clearly what people want to see. But it might be that I would be able to do something before that. So you might see Kamen Rider Black or Changeman before the Power Rangers vs Super Sentai, just because of the time that it takes. I forgot the name of it now off the top of my head. The first series of Super Sentai looks like that'll have to wait, because I think there are nearly 100 episodes for the first Sentai. So that's not one that I could do in the meantime, if you see what I mean. But the guy that does the anglified versions of the logos, he did one for Live Man for me, he did one for Jetman for me. Well, not just for me, I licensed them from him. I've now got the Changeman one from him. So you'll either see Changeman or Kamen Rider Black before the Power Rangers vs Super Sentai. But obviously I'm going to respect people's request that is the one that they want to see most. So, but it's just that it'll take longer. That's the only thing. Return of Godzilla and Godzilla 85. I mean, I would certainly look into it in terms of something like I'd be interested to do. But yeah, you're right in terms of Godzilla, the Japanese Godzilla versus the American Godzilla versus the Italian Godzilla. I don't know if it's just because YouTube pushes it to a certain audience. That wasn't something that people wanted to see, but it might come there. Dino Charge versus Kyuranger is a winner just for Kyuranger's sexy hand. I mean, it's going to be interesting because I downloaded because obviously I saw that is what people want to see. I did download, I don't know how you pronounce it, you know what it is. I can't pronounce it. I'm painfully British, but I will be able to pronounce it ish by the time of the video. I downloaded it the other day. I don't know if I've got all of the episodes yet because of the amount of I think there's 5 movies and then something else. So I don't know if I've got everything yet, but I've got the series. And it's going to be interesting because it's obviously a much more modern series than I'm used to. And it's usually the style that I don't like. It's very toy-like, very kiddie-like in terms of what I've seen. I haven't watched any episodes yet. So I'm intrigued to see whether I like it or not, because I know a lot of people do like it. And obviously it's dinosaurs. So I may like it, I may not. But I know at the moment it's not the style that I usually like. So we'll see. Yeah, like I'm saying, so we'll have to see time management wise what I can do, but it's likely that I'll be able to work on 2 different ones at the same time when it's scripting, and I'll be able to get one that is not a comparison one that's just a review out before the comparison. But we'll see. The vote is still open, so we'll see what people come up with. But it's looking like the comparison is what's going to be the winner. We've got a few more on Vivid Voltage. We've got Slugma, Whisma, Execute, Woobat, Beldum. Put that aside because a steel type. Hitmontop, Bannet, Kakuna, Moo Cheese. Heal 30 damage from up to 2 of your Pokemon that have energy attached. Oh, that's good, I like that. When I say movies, generally speaking, they're... Well, I don't know, but generally speaking, when it comes to Sentai, they're the same length as an episode. It's just that they are slightly different production values, and they might have got a cinema release. Yeah, Gokaiga, if that's how it's pronounced, is one that people keep saying that I will like, and the comparison between the Power Rangers is going to be interesting because the series that went along with it is bad. But obviously that is a dual season, because you've got, is it Gosaiga and Gokaiga, and then you've got Megaforce and Super Megaforce. So If I was to do it, it would take a long time. I'm intrigued though, because everybody says that it's a good series. The Japanese version, not the American version. But anyway. One of my favourite parts of those videos is you wondering if you being so confused and trying to explain. Because, yeah, I overdo things, and people say I shouldn't overthink it. But that's kind of the point of the videos. If you're there to see a full-on comparison, then you're there to see somebody overthink things. Joltik, Sandal, Seedot, and not in a dramatic way. I don't go over the top dramatically, but I do overthink. Pickpeck, Mudbray, Deaden, Alcremie, Macargo, League Staff. Okay, so that's something with Winden Stadium and Krokorok. And then the final one, a Vivid Voltage. Gonga versus RPM, almost nothing alike. Oh, really? It is quite interesting when some of them are similar and some of them are nothing alike. And then, yeah, you get like Lost Galaxy and Gingaman, which are both really alike and really different at the same time. Panico, Clefairy, Tynamo, Milcery, Galarian, Meowth. Ooh, wow, look at that one. So we were talking about these sort of holy colour splash type cards. Got a really nice Zacian there. Excuse me. Which we didn't see when we did the Vivid Voltage stream. I think we only had one when we did the Vivid Voltage stream. I should get the card list. Oh, it's over there somewhere. I can't remember which one it was though. But we didn't have the Zacian. And that's really nice. I'm trying to catch the light, because it's not catching the light completely to get all the colour. Exeggutor, Galarian Stunfisk, Coating Steel Energy, and Shuckle. Okay, so now is where it gets a little bit... Well, I hope it gets a little bit interesting, because we have... How many do we have? 7 Darkness Ablaze boosters. And this Charizard is something I've been wanting from the start, but I haven't bought it. I've been hoping we come across it. And then Steve, my lucky Charizard over here, who has been a mix of unlucky and lucky, it's his turn to try and redeem himself now to see if we can get this Charizard. Because if we don't, this will prove something that I've been saying quite far along, because we opened nearly 100 boosters in the Darkness Ablaze stream, and then we opened some Darkness Ablaze in a different stream. I can't remember which one it was, and we didn't find it there either. So I think we will have got to nearly 120 boosters of Darkness Ablaze. Darkness Ablaze alone, just this expansion. Now, what I've said quite often is, if there is a card that you want, just buy it. It's going to hurt your wallet less than trying to find it. But this is where we test the theory, because 120 boosters, that is 1,200 cards. If we can't find one Charizard in 1,200 cards, that kind of proves my point. So this is where this matters now. Find it or not. Oh, there's something there. Feebas, Sinistea, Qfant, Wishy-Washy, Rowlet, Larvitar. I do like Larvitar. Kabu, Full Art. Shuffle your hand into your deck, then draw 4 cards. If your active Pokemon is now your only Pokemon in play, draw 8 cards instead. Not really the best, but nice artwork. Simisear, Rose Tower, and Ursaring. We've opened so many packs of cards. There's a pile. I put them all in a single pile, pretty much. And it's nearly getting to the point where it reaches the camera. So hopefully I won't be eclipsed by the pile of cards by the end of the stream. Wimpod. But now there's the psychedelic artwork that we're talking about. There's the Bunnelby, which I'm pretty sure we saw in Did we see it in Shiny Star V last week? We saw it in a Japanese set that didn't correlate to Darkness Ablaze. Toxel, I do like Toxel. Sinisty, Carablast. We've got a Reverse Hollow Simipour. Delcatty, Water Energy, Turbo Patch. Oh, this is interesting because this is Sword and Shield. It is like LSD, isn't it? Flip a coin. If heads, attach a basic energy card from your discard pile to one of your basic Pokemon that isn't a Pokemon GX. Now that's interesting because that's talking about GX, and GX is a Sun and Moon era Pokemon type, even though GX shouldn't be. I don't think it's available in Sword and Shield because obviously they're on V and VMAX. Gokai Christmas. What happens there? I have fallen in love with my little Christmas tree that I had in here last Christmas because I managed to find some Power Rangers Christmas decorations that I had to import from America, but I'm missing one or two. I can't remember which ones though. But on my website, I think I've put it on the Discord as well. There's a channel on my website called Wishlist, but it's also on the website. So if anybody comes across these, do let me know. Yeah, here it is. So on PomeloPictures.com. Which one was I missing? Oh, it's Trini and Billy. If anybody comes across the Christmas decorations on there, and now's the time to come across them, because obviously they're going to be more expensive at Christmas. Summer is the time to look for them. I'm going to put a link here. This isn't me asking for people to send me stuff. This is more, if you come across these things, do let me know. And there was a couple of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles stockings as well that I was looking for. And it might sound weird that I'm asking for Christmas stuff at this point, but I realise, yeah, now's the time to look, because they'll be twice as expensive around Christmas. What we got? We got a Wishy Washy, Molul, Pansear, Teddiursa, Trapinch, Heatran. Oh, we got an Eternatus V, but it's different to the other Eternatus V. Let me just put that aside for a sec. Grass Energy, Big Parasol, Carbonite, and Flaffy. So, we got another Eternatus V in the tin. There it was. But we got a different one here. But it looks like it's the same card. Just one is a promo card, and one's a non-promo card. Different artwork, same card. Interesting. But yeah, I'll put that link on the Discord actually, because a lot of those things are almost impossible to find in the UK. But I do actually have an American posting address. Speaking of Bundlebee on LSD, there's another one of them. Not Bundlebee, but Torchic, Starly, Skarmory, Pansage, Sinisty, Darkrai, Birdkeeper, Solrock, and Relicanth. But yeah, I do actually have an American postal address. Not an actual address, just a postal address. So I can get things sent to me, but sometimes I don't see them. Oh, you found Trini? The only problem is the prices of them were massively different. Like because obviously when I did my Christmas special, I wanted them there, but like the difference could be between $5 or $50, depending on the seller. Gothita, Nickit, Shelmet, Larvitar, Grimer, a reverse hologrammer, Clink Clank, Swalus, Familiar Bell, and Struggle Gloves. Ooh, $70 in a set 4. I mean, that with postage would probably be quite a lot here. Yeah, you can private message me on Discord. Or, in fact, just put it in the off-topic or the Power Rangers Super Sentai channel on Discord. Hippopotas, Larvistar, Spinarak, Scovert, Rowlet, Ferret, Corviknight, Zoelis, Staravia, and Carbuscan. Okay, so this is the last one. The last Darkness Ablaze. I mean, technically I do have this card, but because I was gonna do a stream on Japanese and Korean boosters, but I didn't do it in the end, and I'm glad I didn't because some of the things weren't as interesting as I thought they would be. But the Japanese and Korean version of the card, very easy to find, and I'll explain that when we get it's been sent off to be graded. I'll explain that when it comes back. But the English version, we got 10 cards left. We'll see if we can find it. Skitty, Toxel, Molo, Larvastar, Sentret, Hippopotas, Vicavolt V. Nope. Powerful colourless energy. As long as this card is attached to a Pokemon, it provides colourless energy. The attacks of the colourless Pokemon this card is attached to 20 more damage. Okay, well that can go in a deck. That's going over there. So, that reinforces my point. If there's a card you want, you really want, don't try and get it out of a pack. Just bite the bullet and buy it. Right. We are moving on to... Oh, not hitting the microphone. Brilliant Stars. This is one of the more recent boosters. Expansions. So we have 3 boosters. And then we've got 4 promo packs. Let's see what we can find in them. Oh, it's a nice Charizard. Oh, thanks. I'll go have a look and see if I can find the link on the Discord after this. Got quite a few things to look at after this. We've got Josh's Power Rangers collection. Justice League Now. Action League Now, even though. Yeah, Brilliant Stars, I think might be the most recent, actually. Or there might be one since this, but I'm pretty sure this is the most recent. But I haven't really bought that many. Like, this is all I have of them. It's got 3 boosters and some promos. I haven't got, like, the Elite Trainer box or anything like that. So I don't know what's in these. But I believe they have brought in a new type of special card. Which might be on this little marketing guff. No, it doesn't say. But I believe there is a new type of card. Well, there's the Farfetch'd on LSD. Duskull and Dusclops. Chimchar, Baltoy, and Prinplup. I just realised I never knew that the Pokemon trading card game was 6+. I don't really know why. I mean, if you had a kid under 6 that could read well enough and can understand it, I don't see why not. Cubchoo, Shix, and oh, we got a Mewtwo. Got a reverse holo Mewtwo. Very aggressive looking Mewtwo. Yeah, the reverse holos don't, and they're really hard to read. I don't really see the point in them. I mean, obviously, if they're colourless and steel, they're okay to read, but anything other than that. Oh, I realised I just opened up one of the boosters rather than the promo packs. Anyway, cast form. Throw, Shroomish, Piplup, Turtwig, Weavile, Clank, and ooh, Shining. It's not a shiny, but a new type of energy card. Grotle, Barry. Okay, so this is a... Is he from Legends Arceus or something? So this is, like I was saying earlier about, you know, like Hop and How and Tierno. It's the draw 3 card. You'll see them... Oh, Diamond and Pearl. You'll see these in every set, more or less, for the last few years, few generations. Yeah, okay, that would make more sense. Same card. It's just the different... I don't know what you call him. Companion? Okay. Open up the last one of these promo packs. Purloin, Duskull, and Boss's Orders. Switch one of your opponent's bench Pokemon with an active Pokemon. That's always a useful one. Especially if they've got something OP in their active spot. It is nice artwork on these. Ah, there you go, see? Obviously now, because this is a more recent set, it's not advertising the Pokemon Trading Card Game Online. It's advertising Pokemon Live. But obviously we can't yet. It says redeem yours today, we can't. And obviously, actually, going back to a question we were talking about earlier, about whether the cards are the same as in the UK as they are in America, you'll notice that these cards are, the cards that they put in, the promo cards have both got the PEGI European rating and the American ESRB rating. Turtwig, Trapinch, Piplup, Shroomish, Purloin, Spirit Bomb, Staraptor, Fire Energy, Kindler. What's this? You can use this card if you discard a Fire Energy card from your hand. Look at the top 7 cards of your deck and put up to 2 of them in your hand. Relatively useful if you're doing a Fire type deck or a deck with Fire type Pokemon. Ultra Ball and Hitmontop. And the last of Brilliant Stars. We got Throw. Ooh, Magmar on Acid. Staryu, Udurmby, Double Turbo Energy. As long as this card is attached to a Pokemon, it provides 2 colorless energy. The attacks of the Pokemon this card is attached to do 20 less... Sorry, what? The attacks of the Pokemon this card is attached to do 20 less damage to your opponent's Pokemon. Why would you want that instead of double colorless? I do like that Magmar, yes. I'll show you that again. In fact, I'm going to keep that aside because that's pretty cool. Am I reading that right? As long as this... Well, you probably won't be able to read it because it's a reverse holo. As long as this card is attached to a Pokemon, it provides 2 colorless energy. So that's the same as double colorless. The attacks of the Pokemon this card is attached to do 20 less damage to your opponent's Pokemon before applying weakness and resistance. But it doesn't say anything about attacking earlier. So why would you want that? I don't understand that. It doesn't have a condition attached to it where you can attack earlier. It just says... No, I mean have the required energy before. Well, yeah, I guess so, maybe, but... It's worse than double colorless, is my point. Gola, Lightning Energy, Ultra Ball, Vibrava, Tropius, and Hawlucha. Okay. So that is the end of the boosters. But we have a few more things up our sleeve. First of all, we're going to go back to... it could be double colorless, got banned. These oversized cards. Now, these are ones that got released... I might have to zoom out a little bit, actually, because... you can start to see how tall this pile is now. These got released as part of the 25th anniversary, and they were just promo stuff that if you bought certain Pokemon stuff in certain stores, you just get for free. And I'm not a big fan of oversized cards, although some of them I do like, because I use them in the backgrounds of videos. So obviously this is the Gen 2, so we've got Chikorita, we've got Cyndaquil, and Totodile. So I'm guessing these are recreations of the cards that were released at the time. It's quite nice artwork for Cyndaquil, actually. But obviously these are not exactly the most useful cards in the world because of the size of them. However, one thing I do stand by is the Pokemon. I guess Pokemon. The Pikachu V Union, or any V Union card, it's better to have the oversized one, because the oversized one is all 4 cards put together, as opposed to just 4 cards separately. Now, obviously, you've got Rowlet, Litten, and Pomelo. So these are the Sun and Moon oversized cards. And I don't think we've come across any of these. We might have come across a Rowlet, actually. We should have compared them, actually. Maybe we came across the Litten as well. I don't know if anyone can remember. When we were going through the Sun and Moon cards, we might have come across these, but I'm not going to go through this massive pile now to try and find them. But yeah, so those are the recreations of the Sun and Moon. So they're all well and good. But the last thing I have to show you is these. Now, I can zoom in a bit more now. Just make sure I'm still in focus. So these have got a bit of a funny story behind them. Not funny, but funny haha, but as in funny weird. Euro 2020, the football tournament, or soccer if you're in another part of the world that uses that word, that didn't take place in 2020. That took place in 2021 because of COVID. But there was a promo in this country, and I think it was in every country that qualified for that tournament, where they had promo cards based around that tournament with Pokemon in the football shirt of their country. Now, because of COVID, the distribution of these got completely messed up, and it was spread out over nearly 2 years almost. No, we don't. We definitely do not use the word soccer. Absolutely not. No, we would call that American football. Well, no, I know the Canada would do it too. What they would in North America, as in the US and Canada, what you call football, we would call American football, and what you would call soccer, us and the rest of the world call football. Like literally nobody else in the world calls it soccer. But anyway, the distribution of these cards got spread out over like 2 years, pretty much. Initially, it was something like, it's called the Pokemon Futsal promotion. And the idea was that you, if spent, I think, £15 in game, in the UK at least, you'd get one of these for free. But then there was a shortage of Pokemon cards during COVID as well. So it got to the point where it's literally, if you bought anything Pokemon related, even if you just bought one booster, you'd then get one of these. Yeah, true, nobody else measures themselves in stone, so we can't say too much. So there were 4 of these. Well, actually, technically there were 5 of these. So the 4 that I have here are Eevee, Scorbunny, Sobble, and Grookey, and I'll show you them in a little bit more detail, and then I've got a couple more Scorbunnies. But there was a 5th one, and it was Pikachu. But the only way to get Pikachu was you couldn't get it in a store. You had to... Oh, actually, no, you're right, Shane. You're right. Some counties in Ireland do use soccer, where Gaelic football is more... But do you call it Gaelic football, or do you just call it football? And to be fair, actually, Australian people, Australia also use soccer, so I made fun of you incorrectly. Australia also use soccer, because what they would call footy is Australian rules football, Aussie rules football. So basically it's any of the countries that don't like England will call it soccer, essentially. America, Ireland, and Australia. It's interesting, actually. I've never seen Gaelic football, but I have been to Croke Park. Anyway, the only way to get the Pikachu was if you were somebody that ran a youth football team, and you had to apply to the FA, the Football Association, to get, I think, a box of Pikachu cards. And because, obviously, youth football was shut down during COVID, that Pikachu card is incredibly valuable because it's so rare. These ones, not so much. these aren't rare and these aren't particularly valuable, but the Pikachu one is extremely valuable. But anyway, I'll show you these. And as far as I know, I don't know if it's all the same Pokemon, but as far as I'm aware, every European country that qualified for the Euro 2020 finals got some form of card like this. So this is the Pikachu, the Eevee one. Now, you can't really tell, but Eevee is meant to be in an England shirt there. That's meant to be the England white home kit, but it's a bit more obvious when we get to some of these. Should watch hurling. I've never watched a match of hurling, but I'm aware of what hurling is. No, there's no store owners with Pikachu. That's the thing. This is the weird thing. It was dads, or well, mums or dads, that ran youth football teams. They might have got a box of those Pikachu cards and then never distributed them because the team wouldn't be playing football because COVID. So there will be some mums and dads out there. They're sitting on boxes of those Pikachus, I think. Now, it's a little bit more obvious with the Score Bunny here. In fact, I'll hold it up and then I'll see if I can get my focus working a little bit better. No, it's too far away. Too close even. No, it's not going to work. Anyway, the point is, Score Bunny is wearing the England away shirt. You won't quite be able to tell it, but there's the 3 lions is there. But there is a Pikachu card. That, yeah. If you find one of those and somebody doesn't know what they've got, I mean, don't take it away from kids. But if you find someone that doesn't know what they've got, by all means try and get hold of one. So Sobble, there you go, is in, like, he's sort of in goal there. So he's wearing the, where's the focus on that? Is it there? There it is. So he's wearing the yellow England goalkeeper shirt. And then we got Grookey. It's a bit more obvious on Grookey than it was on Eevee. Come on, out you come. So there, Grookey is in the England home kit. It's a little bit more obvious than that on the Eevee. So you got Grookey in the home kit, Grookey on the ball. You got Sobble on the ball in the England goalkeeper shirt. You got Score Bunny on the ball in the England away shirt, and Eevee on the ball in the England home shirt. And then you have the Pikachu as well, but I don't have the Pikachu. But it exists. And if you find one, let me know. If it's thousands of pounds, don't let me know. So in terms of some of the more interesting things we found this evening, let me adjust our focus again. So obviously we had the futsal cards, the Eevee, Score Bunny, Sobble and Grookey on the ball. And then we had that angry looking reverse holo Mewtwo. We had a Vikavolt V, or Vikavolt V. We had an Eternatus V. In fact, we had 2. We'll get to that in a sec. We had the sort of Colour Splash Zacian, Ninetales V, Toxtricity V, Dragapult V, Eldegoss V, Torkoal V, different Torkoal V, Palkia GX, Marshadow GX, Necrozma GX, another Marshadow GX, Lurantis GX, Solgaleo GX, Glalie EX, I don't know if that's how you pronounced it, a Trevenant Break. We never got Trevenant, so we couldn't really show you how that works, but still, the break cards are really interesting. And then, obviously, we also had the other Eternatus V, and we had the Flareon GX. And that is that. That is, I don't know how many we opened, but it was more than 100. But nearly 4 hours. But for the first thing I need to say is thank you to everyone in the chat this evening, because it's been 4 hours long, but it hasn't felt 4 hours long. The chat's been really good today, so it's thank you for being along for this. And whilst this is probably the last big Pokemon card opening packs of cards opening that we're going to have for a while. It's not the end of PokeMondays, not at all. We're going to be doing some more things over the next month or so, and then, as I say, when we get to June, we're going to do a sort of refresh and think about what's working best and what's not working as much, and what we can do to change it up a little bit. But obviously, we are still continuing 2 streams a week for now. I'll be honest with you, I don't know whether or not there's going to be a Retro Wednesdays this week, because, as I say, I've been struggling trying to not be nocturnal, basically. So I've got quite a lot of editing to catch up on with the Power Rangers versus Super Sentai. So there may not be a Retro Wednesdays this week. There may or may not be. We'll figure that out probably tomorrow. But obviously, even if there's not, we'll be back on Saturday for those in the Batcave. So Mark, I know you'll be there. Jared, he's already gone, but he'll be there hopefully, where we'll be watching the first Star Wars. And if anybody wants to join us, of course, you're welcome to. You need to be in the Batcave. If there is a Retro Wednesdays, do you know what you'll be doing? Yes and no. I think we did a stream with the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers trading cards a while back, and we learned that the only card of value really was the shiny Tommies, or the shiny Green Rangers, and they were not in that box that we had, but they were in a different box, and that box was very hard to get hold of, but we got hold of them. Got 2 of them actually. So if we do it, it will probably be take 2 of Power Rangers trading card game, Power Rangers trading cards. But you know, the more desirable one. Oh, you don't need to need to worry about being on a stream and not saying anything. So I'm sure that's fine. People always do. Or if it's on the watch party, you watch however you want to watch. So yes, if we do a stream, it will probably be that. But as I say, I've got a lot of editing to catch up on, so I don't know if there will be yet. And then obviously we'll be back next Monday for PokeMondays, but it will not be with Pokemon physical cards. It'll be with something else. But until then, thank you again for everybody that's been with us tonight. And yeah, I will see you all in the next one. And I don't know if he's still in the chat, but Josh, if you're still there, thank you for bringing what you don't think that you brought down the stream at all. Thank you for bringing it up. And we can carry on that conversation on the Discord. If anybody isn't on the Discord, please make sure you are, because the conversation doesn't stop here. It carries on there. But until the next stream, whenever that may be, tomorrow, not tomorrow, definitely not tomorrow, Wednesday or Saturday, I'll see you then. Have a good night, everyone, or have a good day, wherever you are in the world.